Hello, I'm Principal Chris Carter, and welcome to Northside High School.
This is the 26th year that I've been at Northside. I like the students and I like the faculty. There's some days that you need more faculty support and some days you just need the energy from the kids. And so either way, it's a win-win.
When you walk up those stairs, you can feel, and when I hit those, I just think about how many thousands and thousands of kids have walked up and down those stairs.
We have a wide, diverse group of students, and no matter what your background or where you're from, you're going to find your place at Northside. It's truly a home for everyone.
We welcome you to this great place. We're here to challenge you academically, and we want you to get involved in just about anything that you could possibly think about to get involved with.
I love playing basketball and just communicating with everybody, like just having a good time with everybody. Yeah, Northside really made me like school for real, because like I used to not like it. All the teachers here, like they really are concerned with you, like they'll actually help you, like they're really genuine.
There was never a time where I felt like I didn't have any friends or I was searching for friends, and I feel like I'm definitely part of the community, and I feel like everyone is.
I chose Northside because I love the diversity. I love being able to seeing people that are rich, that are poor, that are black, that are white in the hallway, and just everybody being able to communicate with each other is why I chose here.
I got to Northside and everybody helped out each other. Even if you didn't have as much, everybody was like a family to each other, and I just loved it.
My favorite thing about Northside is definitely the way that all the staff and students all come together to help each other. It seems like more of a family kind of place in terms of it's more of a helpful effort to make sure everyone's doing good.
Whenever my students come back and see me, I always take pictures with them, and I'll post them on Facebook because it makes my mama bear heart really happy whenever they come home and see us, because we are a family.
And so one girl said, my teachers care about me and they want me to succeed. And that's why so many students choose to come to Northside.
I think when I consider like the individual stories, I had a particular girl that did not come from a good background and she's a doctor now. Or you have the kids that are very affluent and have all the right answers and all the right supports, and yet they needed something different. You know, they had to have someone be real with them, they had to fail on their own. And so when you hear those stories and you think, okay, they still made it too, that they needed something different than just a typical affluent background, that they were struggling too. So you're gonna have both of those stories that I think is nice about this place. That, you know, that keeps me going. That's why I don't mind coming to work.
Again, welcome, and we're glad you're gonna be a part of the Grizzly family.
I'm a Grizzly for life.
Grizzly for life.
I'm a Northsider for life.
I am a Northsider for life.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Don Mirocke Show. This is brought to you by Chick-fil-A. And, Coach, this is going to be one of many shows that you and I do together. And first thing I want to say is welcome to Fort Smith. Welcome to Northside. We are glad to have you.
Thank you, Buzz. Thank you. And it's a nice environment here with the volleyball game going on in the background, so it'll be fun.
We did this a couple times last year. This is Matt Wack's design, the head coach for the Lady Bears. He asked last year if we could do some at the arena, and I said, man, that's a great idea. You know, having a volleyball game going on behind you. They're going to play the freshmen, then the JV, and then the varsity will play, and we're actually going to stream the varsity later on tonight. But it's a good place to have it. It's a beautiful facility. You know, it's something that Northside has needed for a long time. So
you get the opportunity to have sports on in the background, and like you said, in this arena, it has to be seen.
It is pretty.
To be seen.
Well, Coach, let's talk a little bit about where have you been and where are you going? Yeah. Let's start from the beginning. Where did you play college ball?
So I went to a Division II school in Kansas, Emporia State University. That's where I graduated and got my starting coaching there. That spring when I got done, I started coaching the position I played, which was tight end. So got my degree there, started my coaching career there.
Right. So let's take us to the next stop in your life.
Yeah. So when I graduated from Emporia, I'd been there and wanted to see something different, wanted to see something new. So I ended up going to Southwest Minnesota State in Marshall, Minnesota. And that's where I got my first job really as a graduate assistant. Right. I spent 2 years there. working for a head coach named Corey Sauter, and coached the running backs, earned my master's degree. And from there, I started going west, and I was at South Dakota State for 2 years, working with quarterbacks. Went to the University of Wyoming after that for 2 years with receivers, and then in 2016, I went to Henderson State, and ever since 2016, I've been in the state of Arkansas.
Right. And you went from there to Arkansas Tech,
yep,
where you were the offensive coordinator. And now this is your first time to be in the high school part of football. What have you seen since you've been here that's different being in high school than coaching college kids?
I think the relatability is that when you're here in the high school level,
right,
you know, when you're in college, you get those freshmen when they're 18 years old.
Yeah.
And here, you're still working with those types of players. You're just doing it from when they're 14 to 17.
Right.
And so while you go from 18 to 23, you're really 14 to 17 at the end of the day working with them. But there's some similarities here, especially here at Northside High School, where there's a lot of talent, there's a lot of athletes, and getting those kids, you know, to come out, play football, and participate in athletics. That's always been one of the biggest goals for me.
Yeah, that's the challenge. You know, there's a lot of talent in Northside. There always has been. Just kids that have a lot of natural ability, getting them to come out, play football, and stick with it. You know, and it's a job. No, I think, you know, a lot of folks look at coaching like it's a Friday night deal, but it's a year-round, every day, all day job. When you were young, is this something that you thought as a young kid that you would want to be a coach one day?
It was. Growing up, you know, my goal and aspiration was to be a high school football coach.
Right.
My grandfather did it for 41 years.
Right.
And I've always said that to be an offensive line coach in high school and coach it and teach history, that was always what I wanted to do growing up. And then, you know, you go to college and you get involved with college athletics, and I just went a different route, and that different route brought me here.
Right. Well, we're glad it did. It's been fun meeting you and meeting your wife, Victoria. And I want to always give credit to the spouses of our coaches, because for you to be successful and the hours that you spend and what you have to do and how many hours it takes you away from home, she's got to be really supportive of that.
Well, you know, she's been with me since South Dakota State, Wyoming, Henderson, and Tech. So and now here to Fort Smith. So we've moved 5 times together, and you know, too many places that we've had to live and move around too much. So we're glad that now we have the opportunity to be here and settle down and calm down with that.
Well, it's definitely something that you got to have the support. And each time I talk to a coach that is married, and most of them are, I want to give credit to their wives, because they're a special part in what we do, and can't thank them enough. So let's talk about your family. How many kids do you have?
I've got 2 boys. Jackson, he was born when we were, really both my sons were born when we were in Arkadelphia. So Jackson is 7, and then I have Grayson, my wild man. He's 3.
Right. So. Well, it's a fun time to have them, and I'm sure that they enjoy what you do and look up to Dad quite a bit. When we talk about what you do and getting this job at Northside, kind of got a late start. Really, I know you'd like to have started a lot earlier, had a better spring to get ready for this. Let's talk about, you know, what you've had to do to play catch up, really.
So I started that first week of March. And when you start in that first week of March, you have 4 weeks until spring break.
Right.
So for 4 weeks, I had really that introduction to the players and their players' introduction to me. And I was saying, this is what I believe in culture. This is what I believe in standards and expectations. And you get 4 short weeks before they leave for a week. And when you come back, spring ball is just right around the corner.
Right.
And so, I mean, we were done with spring break, and we had 2 weeks until we started practice. And so you really had a fast turnaround. When I got here, the one thing I said was, for the first 6 weeks, we're not going to do anything football related.
Right.
We're going to go in, we're going to lift weights, we're going to condition, we're going to line up behind the line and touch the line, and we're going to do those little details and those little things right before we ever progress to football.
Yeah.
You know, and when we got back from spring break, we went another 2 weeks before I even started talking about a formation or a play or what kind of defense this needs to be. It was all strictly weight room, work ethic, standards, expectations, and here's what we need to do to beat them.
Well, Coach, you know, coming into a new program like this, you'd like to have X amount of kids. Right now, we don't have that X amount of kids. You're working with kind of a thin roster. You know, you want to know what the future is going to be like with Northside. And last night we had a game. Our freshmen played and our JV played against Bentonville West. And I was in the press box watching, and it was exciting to see how many freshmen and some pretty good players.
There are.
Yeah, ended up winning 14-12.
Yep, 14 to 12.
Yeah, and those kids, and for you to look out there and see that many on the sideline, it's got to be exciting because that's your future.
It is, and to see the numbers, but then also to see the excitement from every kid that was on that sideline, whether they were playing on offense, defense, special teams, or if their role was to be the number 2 guy on punt. They were engaged. They were involved, even when the rain was coming.
Yeah.
It was cold and windy and rainy. Those kids were engaged. They were involved. But, you know, that also goes credit to our 9th grade staff with Coach Fitz and Coach Molinar, Coach Whitsitt. Those guys have done a phenomenal job because they've only had those kids from the start of the summer. And those kids were here in June and July. But really, at the end of the day, like, it's a testament to those kids to be engaged, energetic, and then to that 9th grade coaching staff as well.
Yeah, and it was fun to watch. And, you know, before that, we had a pregame scrimmage, benefit game against Texarkana. And it's hard to gauge. I know what your game plan was, not to do everything that you want to do, just try to get a feel for it, run a limited amount of plays. How'd you feel about what you saw last Tuesday night?
Going into that scrimmage, my biggest thing is I wanted to see the kids line up, execute, and compete.
Right.
You know, the score was irrelevant because it was a scrimmage. I wanted to see them go out and compete. You know, in game-like situations, when it is third down, can we get off the field on defense? If it's third down, can we convert the chains and stay on the field?
Right.
Can we have clean substitutions on special teams? There was a lot of things that I wanted to see, and while we did execute on a lot of those facets, there's still a whole room for improvement across everything. Even the things that we did well, we can always do better.
So early.
It
is. You know, you got a lot to improve on. That's expected. Boy, they're throwing a big one at you right off the bat, Coach. The Battle of Rogers Avenue Friday night. And, you know, that's generally the biggest game of the year just because who it is. The kids know each other. They've played against each other growing up. A lot of them are friends, but not on that Friday night. It's a game that you'll remember from now on. I played in that game 3 times, and I remember each game. And I was fortunate enough to get out of there with never losing to them. It's changed a lot since then. They've been a good program. But it is a game that used to be towards the end of the season, if not the last game of the season. Now it's the first game of the season. So do you prepare any different for a game like that than you would just like a 7A conference game?
Yeah. I mean, when you're preparing for, you know, week 0, the very first game, there's always a lot of questions of the unknown.
Right.
You know, and that goes on both sides. That is, are they going to do what they did in the summer? Are they going to do what they showed in the spring?
Right.
Are they going to show what they did in the in their scrimmage? And so I think the questions of the unknown is every coach goes into that week 1.
Right.
So really it's just getting our kids prepared to go out, execute our system. I don't need to sit there and make this game any bigger than it already is. These kids know. They've played in it. I've never coached in it.
Right.
They're the ones that are telling me about it. And, you know, while it is the first game of the year and it's the first game that we have, it's the most important because it's the next game we got.
Right.
And then, you know, when this game is over, the next game's the biggest one that we
exactly
have.
Right.
It increases and increases, but it is really an easy job to get them motivated to play this game because they're motivated already.
Exactly.
They know, like you stated, they know each other. They played with each other. They played against each other. And it's the 1 week that the avenue, it splits.
Right.
Colors are different. And I'm excited for it. And, you know, what better way to start? You know, if you don't start with Southside, you're going to start with somebody else.
Right.
And it's still just as equally important.
Well, you as a player and as a coach have played in games like this. I know when you were a coach at Henderson, you had the Battle of the Ravine against Ouachita. I mean, that's huge.
It is.
You know what it's like to be in a game like this, so you've got experience with you too. It's something that this time of year, all us ex-athletes, we start getting butterflies, you know, about the season and the excitement for it. And I know you do too.
Yep.
Tonight, Coach, we appreciate you sitting down with us in this first of many Don Mirocke shows. You brought some guys with you.
Yep.
You got a defensive coordinator, Brent Strable.
Brought Brett Strable up here. He's gonna get up next.
Right.
We'll talk about him, and then I've got our senior running back Warren Bijou that'll be up here.
Okay.
Following him.
Well, he is a fun player to watch.
He is. He's excited. He's kind of a Swiss Army knife in the fact that he can run the ball, catch the ball, block, run out, run routes, but most importantly, he's a very high character young man. He's a great kid. He every day shows up and he's in a good mood. You know what you're going to get from Bijou every day.
Yeah, I've watched him for 2 years, and he's been that kid that you can depend on. He's a class act, no question. We appreciate you bringing. Coach, we're going to take a break, and then we'll bring up your defensive coordinator right after this. All right, we'll be back after this from Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about this new pretzel cheddar club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. When I add the Dijon mustard to this pretzel bun, it takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Welcome back to the Don Mirocke Show. We got Brett Strable here. He's the defensive coordinator. And, Coach, you look like you can play a little bit.
Back in the day, I could for sure.
Well, we appreciate you coming in on this inaugural Don Mirocke Coaches Show. This is new for you two being here at Northside, but it's not new for you to be a coach. Man, you've been in this a long time. Let's go back. I know you came from Mountain Home, but you and I have talked about this before. But for our viewers, let's talk about where you started. Let's go back to your playing days, and you just kind of bring us through.
So I played, since 5th grade on. I was at Walnut Ridge till my 11th grade year.
Right.
Moved to Hoxie. Had some really good success there. I got to play for Coach Sears there.
Right.
He's had, I want to say, since 2004, he's made the playoffs every year.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
In 3A, you've got to finish in the top 4. So, but learned a lot from him. Played quarterback, played safety, went on to Arkansas State.
Right.
Played a lot of different positions.
Yeah.
Ended up punting the last couple of years.
Now, were you a punter before that, or is it just that you could do it?
No, I punted and kicked.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, it was 3A football, so
you had to do a lot of things.
Didn't really get a break.
Yeah.
So.
You were on the field the whole game.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So coaching-wise, let's take us through that. You've been, 15 years now
yes,
coaching?
Sir. This year, 15.
Wow. Man, I tell you what, you don't look old enough to have coached for 15 years, but give us the story on that.
Started out at Manila. I was a DC there. Then I went to Hoxie, where I was from. Got to coach with Coach Sears for a few years. Had some really good years there. We went 10-0, won a conference title there.
Right.
I think we finished 12-1 that year. Went to Quitman as a head coach for a few years. Made the playoffs my second year there. It was a really young program. Went to Blytheville for 3 years, defensive coordinator there. And then I've been at Mountain Home for the past 5.
The defensive coordinator?
Yes, sir. I was, I guess you give it a tag, the defensive passing game coordinator.
Gotcha.
If you would. The head coach and me worked hand in hand with that. But, learned a lot from him as well.
So did you have any kind of a relationship with Coach Mirocke before you came here?
I did not.
Okay.
I did not. Coach Mirocke actually, I think, got my name from a coach from Dixon, Texas.
Okay.
That coaches there at Mountain Home. And, he kind of set us up, and it worked out.
Well, the fraternity of the coaching business reaches far. That's one thing that I've, in all the years that I've been doing this, talking to coaches and who they know and how they were referred and who they played for. I mean, the reach is incredible. So you guys have the fraternity's huge. And we're fortunate to have you here, and I want to say that this is going to be fun watching you do what you do. I know you're doing the same thing as Coach Mirocke. You're trying to learn everybody and get the feel of who's going to be that go-to guy for you and who can be a game changer for you. You had a preseason game. What did you see in that game that kind of got your attention?
I think we had some kids really fly around.
Yeah.
We had some plays that, maybe we wouldn't have been doing those things if it wasn't a preseason game.
Right.
Kind of not go our way. But, in any preseason game when you've not really had any, that was the first time we've tackled live.
Exactly.
To the ground.
Right.
I think we learned a lot about ourselves, a lot of things to correct, things you expect. But we do have some really good players here. I've get to know them over the past just a little over 6 weeks. I think this is my 7th week, so it's not been too long. But I'm satisfied with them. They're doing what they need to be doing.
Yeah, and a lot of those kids, I know from the last couple of years that they've played, good kids. But there was one that didn't get to play, Abram Dotson, who's one of your safeties, and I think he's good now. He'll be able to play. He's an important part of that defensive puzzle for you, right?
Abram's done a really good job, being a leader and I think buying in for everybody. He's the one that, honestly, he is probably our leader on defense. If I had to pick one right now as a senior, not having him, they were kind of shell-shocked.
Right.
Anyway, there's no excuses, but it is going to be really nice to have him full go this Friday.
Well, we have a new sponsor this year. It's the Autoplex Collision Center. And one of the things that they came up with, I thought was pretty cool, was a collision of the game award that we give to a player. It has to be a legal hit, obviously. But Caden Dye got it during the scrimmage.
Yeah.
And then we thought about Jonah Calderera, but that got hit on the quarterback on the sideline. And the rules were a little bit different in that preseason game.
Yeah.
But Autoplex is going to be one of our great sponsors. We're going to be partnered up with them for a while, and we're looking forward to a lot of at the end of the game where we select the collision of the game. And so that's going to, I'm sure you'll pay attention to a lot of that too after the game's over. So you got a lot of kids out there that like to hit, and we're looking forward to seeing put a lot on that quarterback across town. You got a big game coming up. Right off the bat, it's the Battle of Rogers Avenue. And like Coach Mirocke said, you really don't have to motivate the kids. They're motivated to play because they know all those players on the other side of town. They grew up with them. Some have played with them in different sports. So it's a big game to start. And I know you're probably excited about it too.
I am. I got the opportunity to coach against those guys last year.
Yeah. That's right. That's exactly right.
It was at Southside. I think it was week 4. They've got a good football team.
Right.
They do a lot of things really well, and we're just looking forward to going over there and competing.
Coach, let's talk about something that I know is real important to you, and it's always real important to what you do, and that's your family. You're married, you have kids. Your wife's named Kendra.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Tell us about your kids and your wife.
So I had 2 kids in a previous marriage. Cambry and Rhett. Cambry, she goes to Darby. Rhett goes to Ballman. And then I met Kendra after I got the custody of my children.
Right.
Dated for about a year, and we've been together for be 5 in May, and we've got a 1-year-old.
Well, congratulations.
So, yeah.
And it's something for a wife of a coach. You move a lot. There's a lot of times you can't be at home. You're on the road. Sometimes every week in certain stretches, you get home late, and it's not a Friday night job. There's a lot that goes into it. So they are really a help to you, and we want to say thank you to her, and hopefully give you all the best success coming up.
I appreciate it.
Well, Coach,
she does a lot for me, and she's always there to help out. And both my kids are very active in sports, so she doesn't see me much right now.
Right.
So.
Yeah, it is a busy time of year, but we wish you the best of luck, and thank you for coming to Northside.
Hey, I appreciate it.
All right. That is Brett Schrabel, defensive coordinator. Stay with us. We have Warren Bijou coming up. He's going to be in this next segment, and then we'll go back to Coach Mirocke. But we'll be back after this from the Autoplex Collision Center.
With rising costs everywhere, from groceries to gas, We know repairs can feel out of reach. Insurance deductibles and repair costs can make you hesitant to start. But at Autoplex, we believe you shouldn't have to choose between your budget and getting your car repaired. Our Repair Now, Pay Later option helps ease the financial burden so you can get the quality repairs you need without the wait. Let us help you get back on the road. Visit fixrex.com to learn more.
Welcome back to the Don Mirocke Show. We're here with senior running back Warren Bijou. This kid right here, I'll tell you something. Come to the games. You want to see something in person. You want to see a kid that's going to go to the next level. Come watch this guy play. He's number 8. He's got the stuff, trust me. Warren, thanks for being here. This is the first Coaches Show of the year. Obviously, Game 1's coming up Friday night. It's the Battle of Rogers Avenue. You being a senior and a senior leader, what's this game mean to you?
It mean a lot. You know, we lost 3 years in a row since I've been here, but each year it's feel like it's getting better and better and better. And we're working harder and harder. And like the seniors that's with me, we been playing since we were sophomores, freshmen, and I think this year, if God sees fit, we can do something.
You got a lot of kids that we got traffic running back and forth through here. We try to put barriers up, but yeah, you've got some kids, seniors. There's not a lot of seniors, but you guys are a tight knit. I'll go back to your sophomore year. You weren't playing running back then.
Sir, I was playing linebacker.
Linebacker, and a really good linebacker. When did you make the switch to running back?
This is when Coach Curry was head coach. I think it was a JV game, and I think I had busted out for like a 50-yard run.
Yeah.
And then ever since, they had switched me the season after.
And I remember talking to Coach when you got moved, and when they said Bijou's going to be at running back, and I said, what? I said, yeah, wait till you see this. And it was impressive, no question about it. So how was your summer gone? I know you last year the season didn't go like you wanted it to, but you still remained upbeat. And summer, a lot of kids kind of drift off, do a lot of different things, kind of forget about the sport for a little bit. How did your summer go?
Well, me and my cousin, we had a business called the Pressure Brothers. We would go around pressure washing houses, driveways, cars. But besides that, we would work. We'd be at Northside almost every day, and I'd also be training with my trainer.
Right.
You train, and just working on my craft every day, trying to get better. Because I got a lot to prove.
Yeah.
The last season I got hurt and couldn't play that game. So.
Yeah, that hurt a lot of us when you got hurt.
Yeah.
But you feel good now.
Yes, sir.
Healthy.
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
Now during the preseason game against Texarkana, boy, you busted a run, and it was a foot race to the end zone. I don't know if you watched the telecast afterwards.
Yes, sir.
But it was a foot race to the end. Man, you kicked it into another gear.
Yeah. It's that track.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. It helps a lot. Us being outside in that heat, running almost a mile.
Yeah.
It helps a lot. Get you fast.
Well, when you know your number's getting ready to get called, and you have such good peripheral vision. I mean, you see the field good, and it's easy for us to tell that because you're able to follow your blockers. But when you finally see that opening, man, you get through it quick.
Yes,
and you're not going down after first contact. I mean, you'll take a lick and you'll spin. You'll do a lot of different things to try to pick up that extra yard.
Yeah, that's my dad. He instilled it at me in like a young age. He told me, don't let one man tackle you. And I've been taking that ever since.
Well, that's impressive to watch you do that. I go back to when Ty Massey and Sunquist Church were here, 2 good running backs. They both had 1,200 yards their senior year. You got Jaleel Coven. You guys kind of split a little bit of time.
Yes, sir.
But what a defensive coordinator's nightmare to have to try to defend you. It's fun to watch you play when you're me, but it's not fun to watch you play if you're one of those guys.
Yeah, we put a lot of time into practicing and just working on our craft.
Right.
Separate, we can say we push each other to be the best we can.
Yeah.
We can't. I wouldn't let Jaleel slack. Like if he does a slacky run, I'm like, yo, we got to speed it up. We can't be doing that because we got a lot to prove this year.
And would he say the same to you?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's good that you keep each other up, and that's that senior leadership that really pays off, because when you get in a game like you're getting ready to play against a team that, they want to win as bad as you do, because trust me, I played in 3 of them, and you'll remember them the rest of your life.
Yes, sir.
Now, I go back when I played, and it was like yesterday to me. And I love being able to say, we beat you.
Yeah, it sticks with you.
Yeah.
It sticks with you for a long time.
It does. It sticks with you for a long time. But win or lose, you give 100%.
Always.
And that's the most important thing. And then after the game's over, shake their hand, let's go to the next one.
Yes, sir.
So after high school, you're planning on going to the next level.
Yes, sir.
If you could pick any school to go to, where would you go?
I'll show you right here.
Is that LSU?
Yes, sir. That's LSU.
I love it. Great school. You be in the SEC. Actually, that Chris Carter, Principal Carter's daughter, is director of operations for the cheerleaders
Yes,
there.
he tells me that every time he sees me.
Is that right? Well,
Yes,
it's a great goal to have, and I wish you the best of luck.
Yes, sir.
Stay healthy. Keep spinning. Keep getting that extra yard, and make it fun for us to watch.
Yes, sir. I got you.
Enjoy your senior year, and because it'll go fast.
Yes,
trust
sir.
me. All right, brother.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, that is Warren Bijou. Stay with us. We'll be back right after this from Armstrong Bank, the official bank of the Northside Grizzlies.
Family. It's bigger than bloodlines, stronger than DNA. It's the circle we draw around the people that matter, the people we care about and care for, the folks who inspire us, guide us, root for us. Family means finding common ground, rolling up our sleeves, and making our way side by side. Armstrong Bank. Strength runs in our family.
Welcome back to the Dom Mirocke Show. This is the last segment. Coach, you had Brett Schrabel come in. Great job. Fun talking to him. He's not just a college coach, a high school coach, but he played college ball like you did. We didn't get to talk about a lot of your staff, but, man, you've got some really good coaches that have a lot of experience.
Yeah, we've added quite a few new coaches. Obviously starting with Brett Schrabel, who comes to us from Mountain Home. He's been spending about 5 years out there.
Right.
And then on defensive line, we've got Johnny Gibson. Johnny played at the University of Arkansas. I believe started 28 games
SEC,
in the SEC, and then had a chance in the NFL. Josh Davis is coaching our linebackers. Josh and I I was on staff his senior year when he was at Henderson.
Exactly.
Josh was a multiple-time all-conference player, All-American. We have added Aaron Archie as well. I'm lucky that I got to spend the last 2 years with Coach Arch at Tech. So he and I we've seen it all. We've done it all together. And then Miguel Molinar was added to coach our 9th grade offensive line and help with our varsity.
Is he the barbecue specialist?
He is.
Oh, yeah, because he and I had a little talk about that.
Yeah.
We're going to have a cook-off at some point.
We need to.
Yeah. At least it want to be a part of the tasting part.
That's the best part.
Oh, exactly. And then you've got some coaches that were here that have been really good for a lot of years, and I know that they're getting used to your style. All the coaches that I've talked to have really enjoyed the atmosphere and the environment that you have brought to Northside High School.
When I had the first opportunity to sit down with the staff and get a chance to meet them all face-to-face, the one thing I told them was, I need your help.
Right.
I said, this is my first experience in high school, and this was back in late February.
Yeah.
And I said, fellas, I need your help. There's going to be things that are common to you that are not common to me.
Right.
And I need you to help me. And they've done a great job of doing that. They're always there whenever I need anything.
Yeah.
They're always willing and able to do it.
Yeah, that is awesome. And some of those guys actually went to school here. Coach Frazier, Coach Fitz.
Yep.
Coach Fitz is a Hall of Fame here, a basketball player. And then Coach Frazier was a quarterback on a really good Northside football team. And they have all spoken so highly of what you've brought here. So we're excited. We know you can't build it in a year. Nobody's saying, hey, we got to go, 10-0, whatever.
Yeah.
But it'd be nice. But
it would be nice.
But you got to start from the bottom, work your way up. And like I said, it was exciting to see our freshman team last night with what they have and the excitement and the numbers too.
Yeah. You know, and just to see those young guys go out and compete, they did it the right way.
Yeah.
You know, and like I said, Coach Fitz has done a great job with them. And, you know, as we're sitting up here, I see a lot of them here support, volleyball. And so I think that's, you know, we talk about one logo, one brand, one team, and they're out representing Northside High School in a different sport. And they're all in their football shirts because they're brand new and they got them today and they want to show them off.
That is awesome. Another guest that you brought was Warren Bijou, one of your running backs, senior, and I've watched him play for 3 years. He started as a linebacker.
He did.
And when they switched him to running back, I'm like, really? You got to be kidding me. Because he can play.
He is, and you know, he's a kid that you know what you get from him every day. He's going to be consistent. He's going to be hardworking. He's going to be vocal when he needs to. And I really enjoy having Bijou around, and he's one of our seniors that I feel is, when I got here and where we're at today, that has taken that step to own this team, and that's what we really need, is some guys to step up and to be those people.
He and I talked about that a little bit and his desire to go on to the next level. He's got a big goal. He wants to go to LSU, and he wears a bracelet that says LSU on it, and so we want to help him get there however we can do it. I was talking to him about some running backs that were here a few years ago. One was Ty Massey, the other one was Sunquist Church. They had a good offensive line that year, and they did a lot of running. They both picked up 1,200 yards, just good running backs, but they fed off of each other. And I was talking to Warren about the way he and Coven kind of feed off of each other, and he said, you know, we do, and then if one of us lays down a little bit, the other one's there and say, hey, you got to pick it up. You got to pick it up. So I know you like that as a coach, to have your team picking each other up, especially a senior.
It is, and you know, they're both seniors, and they're the top two running backs, you know, that are going to go out there on Friday and be the two guys at running back. And you know, but in today's college world, in today's high school football world, you still need more than one running back. You know, you really need to have about 2, 3, sometimes 4 running backs that can be ready to go. And the benefit with those two guys is their experience and their seniors.
Yeah. Well, Coach, we wish you the best of luck. You got a big game coming up. Enjoyed the guest that you brought today to this first coaches show of the year. And like I said, it's really nice that Matt was able to set this up for us. It's been fun, and we'll try to do as many as we can in here. But again, good luck. Not just this first game in the Battle of Rogers Avenue. Good luck in the season. Hope the kids stay healthy, and we all enjoy what we're doing, and we all have the same goal. Let's give 100%, win or lose.
Win or lose. Compete in everything every day.
That's exactly right. Well, that's going to do it for the first edition of the Don Mirocke Show. We will be back in the booth, so don't go anywhere.
Northside football. It's the players running onto the field. It's more than 14 state championships and fans screaming, "Go Bears!"
Moody wants to throw, throws it right side. Complete touchdown, Northside!
Northside football. It's the city of Fort Smith standing together behind the first high school and a mascot like no other.
Throws it.
Intercepted! That's Calderera. He's looking for some help. Calderera to 20, to 15, the 10, the 5. Calderera into the end zone.
Those select few who put on the jersey are chosen. They wear the colors, they pay the price, and they succeed. They are Grizzlies.
It's intended for Massey. It's complete. Massey's still on his feet.
Here he goes. If he's dead in bounds, he's at the 10-5. Touchdown, Northside. Cam Massey.
Together we stand as tall as the old smokestack on top of our beautiful campus. Our memories are etched in stone for all to remember, and our blood flows grizzly red.
McClain pulls up, throws. Ezra complete. Ezra at the 20. Ezra at the 10. 5. Touchdown, Ezra Phillips!
For over 100 years, we've been Grizzly mad, and today we will continue the tradition that has set us apart from any other. Ladies and gentlemen, we are Northside Grizzlies.
Grizzly Sports Network pregame coverage starts now.
Hello, everyone. On behalf of Coach Don Mirocke and his Northside Grizzlies, we welcome you inside Jim Rowland Stadium for the Battle of Rogers Avenue. I'm Buzz Sawyer alongside my broadcast partner, Jeff Ferris. Hall of Fame retired head football coach will be on the field. That'll be Mike Fallure. But before we start, I have a little bit of bad news. Chris Fitzgerald, Coach Fitz as we call him, lost his dad last night. Stephen Gale Fitzgerald passed away at 10:30 p.m. He loved the Grizzlies. He loved our broadcast. And Coach Fitz, who is a Hall of Famer basketball player in his day at Northside, told me that yesterday that he really wanted to make it to see this game today. He passed away last night, but yesterday during the day, he a couple of times said, "Go Bears." And I just want to tell Chris, Cheryl, Chris's sister, the kids, that this Grizzly Sports Network, all of our listeners, all of Chris's friends, his coaches, his players who love him very much, to let you know that we're with you, Coach. You know, we know that you're struggling right now, and if there's anything that we can do to help you through this time, we're there for you. But before we get back to the broadcast, I want to leave Mr. Fitzgerald with this. This is for you, Fitz. Go Bears. All right, guys, we need to get rolling here. It's the Battle of Rogers Avenue. We lost the last two, and tonight is a night that, weather-wise, boy, you really didn't expect this. Having this kind of weather at a time of year, you know, it's usually in the 90s, at least the high 80s, high humidity, but it's going to be a beautiful night for the Battle of Rogers Avenue. And I'll tell you what, Jeff, both teams rosters aren't real big. They didn't have really good records last year, but this is a new year, and the Battle of Rogers Avenue really doesn't matter. You know, what you did last year, what you're going to do the rest of this year. To a lot of these kids, and probably most of them, this is the most important night of their career.
Yeah, especially I think for the Northside Grizzlies seniors. You don't want to go out as a class that lost 3 straight to Southside. I wouldn't think you would. I've never been, except up here in Boone, never been a part of this rivalry, but I would think, and the seniors on the other side probably feel the same way. But I appreciate you having me back for another season. I always look forward to this. I always look forward to football weather in August. It feels like fall, and it feels good.
It's a break.
Yeah. It feels really good.
Well, we got a lot of things going on tonight. As usual in the Battle of Rogers Avenue, there's going to be some activities going on. I know the Insteppers are going to come on at 6:31, I believe, to perform, and I believe they're in the southwest end of the end zone. But they'll perform first, and then our cheer team's going to perform. And then we're going to have a pretty unique delivery of the game ball. We're going to try to get some good shots of it. There will be some aerial action. Every year it's pretty, they do something different. They have had parachuters bring the game ball in before. Last year at Northside, they have F-35s that had the flyover. That was really cool. And then tonight, I think they are going to have some skydivers that'll bring in the game ball. So we're going to try to catch all that action for you, get some good shots of it. Let's talk a little bit of football, though. Let's kind of break down what Northside is going to have to do to win this game. In my opinion, they're going to have to shut the run game down. If they can, and they can force Blake Forsman to have to throw a lot. He likes throwing the football. He can throw the football. But if he can mix up the run with the pass, then, it's going to be a long night, because he's very effective and he has some good receivers. Wilson Key is one of them. And I think that's going to be the key to Northside being able to keep this game close. And you want to get to the fourth quarter and have a shot at it.
Now, as far as going to see a dual threat quarterback,
yeah,
and
he's
he
just
run,
a good athlete.
is it? Okay,
Yeah.
well, then that may be and I'm sure that Northside's coaches worked on that all week. And I think they'll be up to the task to do that.
Well, let's go down the field to Coach Fleur and see if he's mic'd up and he can hear me. Coach, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Well, just listen to you guys talk. I mean, I think Southside definitely wants to throw the ball more than they want to run it. They do have big linemen. I watched them last week against Alma, but they are a pass-first football team, so we need to stop the run, like you said, and know that's what's coming. I think what's huge for us defensively is to limit the big plays. You saw that against Texarkana on the throwing game. So hopefully we've got some stuff that we didn't use in Texarkana and can limit that. And then offensively, I go back to what I always say, you can't turn the ball over. You can't make it easy on them. You got to do what you do good and be patient. Keep this game low scoring, and let's see what happens. Like you said, get it to the fourth quarter.
And Coach, in a game like this, as the Northside insteppers are on the field now, in a game like this early in the season, trying to minimize those mistakes and turnovers, that is going to be key.
Yeah, and this is a big game. Your juices are flowing. I mean, I'm not even doing out there, and I mean, I can already feel it in my stomach.
Well,
I used to want to beat these dudes so bad. I couldn't stand it. I mean, and if we lost, which we didn't lose many to them.
No, sir.
I was sick for days until the next year.
Yeah, you ended on a 7-year streak.
Yeah, we need to stop this thing right now and get it going back the other way.
Hey, Coach.
Yes, sir.
Hey, can counter-will Northside's defense be able to put enough pressure on Forsgren without blitzing and going too much man coverage?
That I don't know. I think they're going to have to bring some pressure.
Yeah.
And I don't mind them going man. Their best receiver, as
Key.
he said, is Wilson Key, Coach Key's son. And he's sneaky. He's not big. He's not super fast, but he gets open. So we got to do something. We can't neglect everybody else, but we got to take care of him.
Well, you remember last year we were up 21-0.
Oh yeah.
And then Forsgren and Key teamed up in that second half, and they just lit it up.
Yeah, so, I get sick every time you say that at 21-0.
I know it.
Lose to them, but
yeah.
I think talking to a couple of the coaches, I think they got a good plan. I think they've really kept stuff they're going to do under the vest, which we always do a lot of times. And I'm sure Southside did the same thing when they scrimmaged down. It didn't show a lot, but I think we're going to have a great football game.
Well, that defensive line of Northside, you got Hunter Hansen, who's a senior, Caden Dye, who got the Autoplex collision play of the game against Texarkana. He's a junior. And then Raheem Whitaker, who is a senior. So you got some experience there on the defensive line.
Yeah, but who is number 11?
That's Amani Marshall.
Well, I like Amani Marshall. I think he can get off and give him some trouble because he is fast. He's not big, but he's fast. Hey, and speaking of the defensive tackle, boy, did we not have a good meal Wednesday out at his daddy's food truck, Big Daddy D's?
Exactly. I mean, if you're a barbecue lover like you and I are,
yes, sir,
and we've been all over trying to find, what I think is the best barbecue, and barbecue sandwiches, which is what we had on that day, is what there was a place in Russellville that I always thought was my favorite, and you and I have been there before, but this place, Big Daddy D's on Midland, next to right in Family Dollar, in their parking lot. That's probably the best I've ever had, and the fries are legit.
Yeah.
And then the beans, man, I left there real satisfied. I don't know about you.
First class service.
Yes.
And the sandwiches were huge.
Oh, they are huge.
And I know how you like to eat, and you just devoured that thing, and I'm telling you, folks ought to give him a shot. I'm telling you, it's really good.
Yeah. I rubbed it in my hair. Yeah,
well, you saw mine. It blew all over the parking lot. Because of the wind.
Big Daddy D's Barbecue and D's Sweet Treats. That's at 3802 Midland,
Yes,
Family
sir.
Dollar parking lot. If you like barbecue, you got to figure out a way to go get some of that.
Yeah, you Grizzly fans, get out there and support him now. He supports the Bears and Coach Mr. Sawyer's broadcast. He deserves some help.
So when you talk about the way that Texarkana looked going through the air against us, you know, they had a back coming out of the backfield who was wide open. Our linebacker wasn't picking it up, but you know they're gonna fix that. The thing that they couldn't fix is that Abram Dotson wasn't there. He had actually was in a car wreck that morning and did not play that night. He's here tonight and he's healthy. I talked to him earlier. He's ready to go. He's our safety, and he'll make a difference.
He's a good player.
Yeah.
And you're right. I mean, it's a scrimmage. Most people don't run those kind of things during the scrimmage. But I guess Texarkana really felt like first-year coach, you know, really trying to win the scrimmage and give his kids some confidence. But, you know, I think we'll be more than ready to handle that stuff.
I do too. Well, it is getting close. Like I say, we got some things happening for this Battle of Rogers Avenue coming up with some aerial activities. Looking forward to that. Coach, you know, when you and I were at a Razorback game, I think it was the Tennessee game where they had those that SEAL team that parachuted in, and where we were in the club on that north end, and they would come right in front of us and try to use the field as a runway. Do you remember how close that they got to us as they were going down, but then they're trying to use the entire field? But that last guy, man, he didn't get to the field in time. Ended up in the first stands, first row of the stands there in the south end zone.
Yeah, that was something right there.
Yeah. It was, but it's pretty impressive to watch them do what they do.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I'll tell you, as far as the starting lineup for the Grizzlies, on offense we have 5 seniors, 5 juniors, and a sophomore. Defense, we have 6 seniors, 4 juniors, and a sophomore. And that sophomore is Jaden Charles, and he's going to go both ways tonight. You know, he's on a big stage, and he's going to be on both sides of the ball tonight. So look for him. He's number 9, and just watch this kid. He's going to be a star for the Grizzlies. Southside's got 8 seniors, 2 juniors, and a sophomore on offense, 8 seniors and 3 juniors on defense. Zimmerman and Key are going to go both ways. So Wilson Key is going to be playing safety. He's also going to be playing receiver. So if it was a normal night where it was 90 degrees and high humidity, that's hard to pull off. But tonight, you know, it's going to be a little bit easier for these kids that are going to be on the field a lot. This is our cheer team that is performing now. After this, we're going to have Northside's alma mater, and then we'll have Southside's alma mater. Immediately following that, it's going to be the presentation of the colors. Then we'll have a moment of silence, the Pledge of Allegiance, the national anthem. Should be somewhere around 6:48. And then we'll have the ball delivery from the Paradise Valley skydiving team.
Do you remember?
Well, they didn't invite me for this. I told them if the plane's running, I ain't jumping.
Well, you know who's not a member.
Who would that be?
That would be me.
Tonight's broadcast is being brought to you by Chick-fil-A. And every broadcast that we do this year will be brought to you by Chick-fil-A. Just opened a new location over behind the McDonald's on Greenwood. And as usual, they are packed. Went by there today to get lunch, and I said, man, that's a long line. But you know how it is at Chick-fil-A. It's a long line, but they move it.
They move it quick.
Yes, sir. They have got it down to an art, and we appreciate the fact that they have partnered up with us to bring all these broadcasts to you this year. The Grizzlies are going to be in all white tonight. They've got a lot of different potential combinations. They've got white, gray, and black pants, and then they've got black, red, and white jerseys. But I think they're going to go all white tonight. That's going to be clean.
Yeah, they'll look good. No, those are, I like that
helmets.
all white. Yeah.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, the officials for tonight's game, the referee is Nathan Jowers. The umpire tonight is Randy Morgan. The head linesman is David Carver. The line judge is Justin Bounds. The field judge is Mike Falkenberg. And the side judge is Chris Moore.
Flag for these cameras up here in the way. I might be able to get.
Just remember the Southside Booster Club concession stand is open on the north side of the field. Get your hot dogs, Frito chili pies, nachos, Gino's pizza, popcorn, pickles, coffee and hot chocolate, candies, and drinks. Also, our Maverick Game Day sponsor is AAA. You rent it. AAA is a fourth-generation, family-owned and operated business opening in 1954. AAA rents dirt moving equipment, aerial equipment, lawn and garden equipment. They also sell concrete by the yard to the public. Please visit their website for all your rental needs. Once again, the Maverick Game Day sponsor tonight is AAA. You rent it. Also be sure and visit our 2025 Merchandise Pro Shop. Underneath the east end of the stands, we have new items arriving every week. Complete stock of t-shirts, collared shirts, pullovers, sweatshirts, hoodies, hats, stickers, blankets, and much, much more. Please support all Maverick athletic teams. And also, beat the heat and support the Southside band. Head over to the band concession stand located on the west end under the bleachers. Bandstand specials, a Chick-fil-A sandwich, chips, and a drink for $8.50. Ice cold Coke, Diet Coke, Sprite, Mr. Pibb, Powerade, and bottled water for just $2. Chick-fil-A sandwiches, pizza.
All right, we're getting ready to have the presentation of colors.
Chips, candy, and
Then the moment of silence, pledge allegiance, and the national anthem.
Tonight, rather.
The Grizzlies will be coming out of the helmet on the east end, the Mavericks on the west end. And I think the Mavericks are going to be in all blue. They have great pants.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, would you please stand for
They
a
were
moment
in full
of silence
pads warming up.
as
The
we salute
Grizzlies
our country, our schools,
were
and
not in
our
full pads,
students and
but they're in the
faculty.
dressing room now and getting prepared for battle.
Thank you. Please remain standing, remove your hats, and join me as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be followed by our national anthem, which will be sung by the combined Northside and Southside choir. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And 40-29, I already know that.
Yeah, that was the combined Northside and Southside choir. Now we're going to start looking up. Here we come. Here comes the first parachuter. And I believe there's going to be 4. That one had a Southside flag. And here comes the second one. This will have a Northside flag. These guys have hit the target. Yeah, I've seen this before at the Arkansas-Tennessee game. It's pretty impressive, but it's a completely different stadium you're having to come into and having to navigate the height of it. But these guys hit it right on the money.
This isn't their first time to do this, you don't think?
I don't think they're practicing. I think that I thought there were 4, but I guess there's going to be 2 with that. Oh, here we go. Yeah, here comes another one. This one has the American flag. This is a great shot. Only the Battle of Rogers Avenue. Boy, this is every year there is something new that's being done to make this special. They're doing it for the kids. It'll be something that they remember from now on.
Back in our day, that you don't want to go for internet and all that. After the Ozark Hill, we get the football game highlights in the Southwest Times Record. The second game I'd always want to read about would be Southside.
There you go. Look how slow this is. Man, that's pretty impressive. Paradise Valley skydiving team.
Pretty impressive.
It's been pretty fun to watch so far. We had a football game to play. It's probably going to be pretty exciting.
These always are. You know, I don't think that's ever going to change either, do you?
Not between these two. What I like about it is that it doesn't matter who's. Used to, they play them at the end of the year, and you could be having a really bad year. Other teams could be having a really good year, but that didn't matter. Because once you played, once you strapped on that helmet, it was all different then. I mean, I had experience in that. We had not lost to Southside while I was at Northside. And my senior year, we were going to be pretty good, but we played El Dorado and got beat up. That was the 3rd game of the season. Lost a lot of players for the season, and we just started going downhill. We were in a tailspin, and Southside they were gaining momentum, and we were a 2-touchdown underdog when we played them. And you know, this guy, Don Thone, gave us a talk that got everybody fired up, and that game was over really after the first 2 quarters. So hopefully we have that kind of performance tonight from the Grizzlies. It's going to take a motivated performance. I mean, Southside, like Coach Fuller said, they got a big offensive line. They have a really, really good quarterback. They have good receivers. And you know, if you can shut the running game down where they're just going to continue to throw it, then I think you have a better chance. But young backfield, I think their running back is a sophomore. So hopefully we can contain that early. And you know, if you can keep it a low-scoring game and get to the 4th quarter, we have a really good kicker, either Nick King or one of the Chavez brothers.
Yeah.
Both of them have distance, have accuracy. And you saw Chavez kick one against Texarkana, and it really was right down the middle. It was 30 yards, well within his range. I think he could probably go 45, but he hit it right through the middle. He's stronger this year than he was last year. So if it comes down to a field goal, and I feel like we have a pretty good opportunity. About 8 minutes until kickoff. It was last year, or maybe 3 years ago, when they had a lot of activities. The kickoff's supposed to happen at 7.
Yeah.
And it is rare that you go past that. And I think there was so much activity during the pregame that it ended up going like 7:30. That's not going to be the case tonight. Good look at the press box here. Where we're operating from.
Nice press box.
North side and south side.
Roomy.
Mel Thompson's my favorite.
Absolutely.
No question about that.
Nope.
But, this year we're going to be visiting a lot of, not a lot. The schedule's different this year. We're not going to have to travel near as much. We'll go to Springdale, we'll go to Harbor, we'll go to Bentonville, and then here, and that's our 4 road games. Last year it was the opposite, and we were on the road pretty much all season. One was a little tough. It was Coweta. That was kind of a struggle. The press box that we were in was, about maybe a couple feet higher than the last row of the little bitty stands they had on the visitor side. And then they had no internet, not enough electric, and we had issues all night long, but we were able to escape and get that win.
And I'm thinking that the temperature last year in Korea was about 15 to 20 degrees warmer than it is here tonight.
It was.
Boy, it was hot.
We're getting spoiled right now, but we're going to get some more of that hot weather.
Oh, I agree.
It's coming.
Oh, yeah. And I'm really not used to the weather getting like this till like the 3rd or 4th game of the season. Into September, into October.
Let's go down to Mike. Coach, we're talking about the weather. What's it feel like on the field?
Buzz, it's nice. It's a little humid, not bad though. I mean, how anybody could even come close to complaining about this.
Right.
Because normally you're sweating like a stuck hog, and I haven't even broke a sweat yet.
That's crazy.
So it's nice. It's maybe a little warmer than what they thought, but it's not. It is beautiful. A little bit of a breeze.
If you win the toss, or you would defer, wouldn't you?
Oh, I'm going to defer. Yeah. Defer, get the ball second half.
Yeah. I was talking to Coach Mirocke the other day, and he was saying, I asked him that question, do you defer, are you going to take the ball? And he said, a lot of it depended on the weather. If it was going to be rainy and wet, he said that, we definitely going to defer. If it's sloppy, then, we want to try to get a quick 3 and out, or maybe even a turnover. But that's not the case tonight. Conditions look like they're going to stay perfect.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is especially this game tonight, got a bunch of guys playing for the first time. Get those nerves out. I'd rather be on defense and let them try to handle it, even though they do have a senior quarterback. So he's been here before.
Yeah.
All right, well, I think we're fixing to do the coin toss, Buzz. I'm going to mosey out there with them.
Well, we'll meet you out there, Coach.
All right.
The Northside captains are going to be Warren Bijou, Kevin Gonzalez and Abram Dodson, all seniors.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin tonight's Battle of Rogers Avenue, voted as one of the top 50 rivalries in the country, we are honored to welcome someone new to our team. Please join us in giving a warm welcome.
I think they're going to have a recognition of Marty Mahan, who is the new superintendent of Fort Smith Public Schools.
Mr. Mahan joins us with a deep commitment to excellence in education, community engagement, and student success, both in the classroom and on the field. We are proud to have him here tonight to represent our
So you're going to have Malachi Warren, Blake Forsgren, trying to catch all the captains. Tristan Wynn, Ethan Dunn,
captains for tonight's game for Southside,
Shane Young, and Malachi Warren. Those are going to be your captains.
For Northside, number 8, Warren Bijou. Number 21, Abram Dotson. And number 70, Kevin Gonzalez.
All right, Coach, we got you.
Southside has won the toss. They have
All right, Southside has won the toss. They're going to defer. So we'll have the kick return team they'll be at the west end. And I believe Hernandez is going to be kicking for Southside. He'll tee it up at 40 on the east end. And really not very much wind to contend with. Coach, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Got you back. So we're going to get the football first. Look at that smoke going up now. Maybe there is a little bit.
I'm going to try to get Coach right here real quick.
All right, let us know if you have him. As the Grizzlies come on the field.
Coach, I know you're getting ready to be real busy. First Northside, Southside game. I know you got to be excited. What do you think about tonight?
Oh, I'm excited. It's going to be a great environment. It already is a great environment. Our kids are ready to play, go out, play fundamental, play our brand of football.
We're looking forward to it. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
That's Coach Don Mirocke, head Northside Grizzly football coach.
All right, well, hopefully he gets to start his career with a win here in the Battle of Rogers Avenue.
Friday night, it's in the weight room, in the heat, in the grind when no one's watching. Every snap is a test. Every hit, a battle. And every Maverick.
7 o'clock straight up. We're waiting on the Mavericks to take the field. Grizzlies all white, red numbers, red helmets. Mavericks white pants, blue jerseys, gray helmets.
Maverick football, relentless, ruthless, unstoppable. We are Southside.
Maverick fans, please welcome to the field.
All right, the Mavericks going to take the field now, and we are just about set 6:54 kickoff. Kim Dameron, the head coach for these Mavericks. As Coach Fleur said, Don Mirocke is our head coach. Running back coach Chad Frazier. Richard Bracken will coach the wide receivers. Charles Beatty, the offensive line. Ed Hansen, the tight ends. Brett Schrabel, defensive coordinator of the safeties. Johnny Gibson, defensive line. Josh Davis, linebackers. Ted Neal will coach the corners. Aaron Ritchie, the defensive end. They're using a little bit of the Virginia Tech entry with Enter Sandman. Metallica. And didn't you used to listen to Metallica?
I never really listened to much Metallica,
So
but
you're
man,
not a headbanger?
we're all over the spectrum here, not music-wise. I mean, you jump in with the intro with a little bit of Dwight Yoakam, and then I'm hearing Boston and out here on the PA, and now we got Metallica on the PA. We're just all over the place. But I like it. They're all good songs.
Jaden Charles, the sophomore, and Jaleel Coben, senior running back. They'll be deep to receive this kickoff.
Formation for Southside. Number 83, Rodrigo.
Yeah, this will be Rodrigo Hernandez. He is a senior. He'll tee it up to 40. He'll be on the right hash. You see a lot of right-footed kickers. They'll kick it, set it up on that right hash. Try to hook it a little bit. And if there is any wind in anybody's favor, it's going to be behind the back of Rodriguez. Coven and Charles deep, and we are underway. That's going to go deep into the end zone, about 4 yards deep. Grizzlies will have it at the 20. So Drew Jackson, the junior quarterback, will lead his team on the field, and well, you'd like to see him at least, get a decent drive going, and you'd love to see him complete a couple of passes. I'm pretty sure they're not going to line up and pull a Lou Holtz and throw it deep. But just find you some receivers that try to make some easy connections here, get some confidence. Let's just move this football.
Move the chains.
Got a bunch. Trips to the right side. Charles will be into the boundary. Jackson's going to send Bijou in motion. Claps, gets the snap, looks right. Pass is complete. That's Mendoza. Makes a man miss, cuts up. They'll take him down hard at the 24-yard line. I like it. I like the way he threw it. That's a commanding throw. He's barking out signals now. They're going to go tempo. Bijou in the backfield. Twins right. Hands it to Bijou. Bijou looks for a cutback lane. Nothing there. He's going to lose a couple.
Ball carrier number 8, Warren Bijou.
Malachi Warren in on the tackle. You'll probably remember that name from Northside last year. He transferred to play his senior year over here. It'll be 3rd and 6. Bijou in the backfield. Charles split wide to the left. He throws. It's going to be complete, and that's going to be enough for a first down. That's just, I wanted it more than you do. That's Jaden Charles, the sophomore. Nice throw, nice catch, move the chains. Drew Jackson showing some command here, guys. Ball on the left hash, trips to the right side. Bonjay in the slot. Fakes it, throws it, complete. That's Bonjay Johnson. Still on his feet.
To number 10, Bonjay Johnson. Tackle made by number 44 for Southside.
So 3 passes and 1 running play. That's what you want on first down. It gives you 2nd down and 5. Claps gets the snap. Flag has been thrown on the far side.
I think it's offsides on Southside.
That should, if it's not enough for a first down, it's going to be really close. What are you looking at, Coach?
Offside is called against Southside.
to be enough for a first, or we're going to be a little bit short?
No, it's a first
they're
down.
moving.
Moving the chains.
All right, 1st and 10 for the Bears. The ball at the 41. Jackson gives it to Bijou. Bijou cuts back. Well, nothing there.
Got a fumble. Got a fumble.
Fumble on the play. Recovered by number 55 for Southside, Daniel Morales.
Southside will take over at Northside's 41-yard line.
You know, Coach, you talked about that before the game. No fumbles. First possession, that's not good.
Blake Forsgreen at quarterback. He's got one back in the backfield, twins to the left side. And he's going to hand off, and he is taken down immediately. That's Caden Dye. Caden Dye won the Autoplex collision hit of the game against Texarkana. Now keep an eye on all this. At the end of the game, we're going to have that award again, the Autoplex collision of the game. That's a loss of 3. Check that, a loss of 4. 2nd down and 14. Sends a man in motion. That's Zimmerman. He'll give it to Zimmerman, looking to get to the edge on the left side, and he is taken down.
Zimmerman on the carry for Southside, tackled on the far sideline.
I think that was a Monty Marshall. Coach, did you see who made the tackle?
Number 5.
All right, that number 5 is Jalen Chavez. He gets a couple of yards. 3rd down and 12.
Well, this is where you like to have him, right here, 3rd and long.
Loudmore's going to check into the game. He's going to split wide to the right side. One back in the backfield with Forsgren. He wants to throw, has time, steps up, throws it, and that's going to be way out of the reach of the intended receiver, Loudmore. That's going to bring up a 4th down. So they're in 4-down territory here, I would think, being at the 43. Am I right? Am I wrong?
Looks like they're sending a punt
Yeah,
team
it looks like they are going to send the punting team in.
I'd watch for a fake.
Yeah, and that's going to be Wilson Key who's going to be punting.
That's a great job by the defense right there.
Abram Dodson's going to be deep at his own 10-yard line. So Wilson Key will catch this snap at his 44-yard line, and he will go ahead and punt it. The lazy spiral, Dodson's going to take it, bobbles it, picks it up, but he's hit immediately. He'll go down at about the 14-yard line. One thing I would like to see this year is on our punt return team is don't let that ball get by you, number one, but don't let it hit in front of you. You remember last year we wouldn't field a lot of them. If we could field these punts, get you somebody back there with sure hands. Coach, you had a few back when you were coaching.
Yes, sir. The Maffei brothers were really good.
They were really good at it. All right, 1st and 10 from the 14. Keelan Mendoza split wide to the left side. Charles into the boundary. Coven gets the call, right side. Nothing there. He's going to lose a couple.
Coven on the rushing attempt, met by a host of Mavericks. Led by number 52, Xavier Stafford, and number 55, Daniel Morales.
Ball still on the right hash. Vonjay's going to be in the slot. Coven's going to go out. Bijou's going to check in. Keelan split wide to the left side. Now he's going to send Bijou to the right side. Empty backfield. Jackson steps up. He's just going to throw it up in there. It's going to be a race for it. He was looking for Max Chavez or Bijou coming out of the backfield. That's going to bring up a 3rd down and 11. Well, they had Jackson for a loss, but he was able to get out of it, stepped up into the pocket. Even off his back foot, guys, he threw a lot of distance on that. 3rd and 11. They're showing blitz may have gone offsides.
They are. Number 0 offsides.
You know who that is? That's Malachi Warren.
Good for him.
We'll make it 3rd down. 3rd down and 6.
I think 3rd and 6 is probably a little bit easier call than 3rd and 11.
Brings up 3rd down and 6.
Ball on the right hash. Mendoza into the boundary. Charles split left side. He looks for Charles. He throws. It is complete. Nope, he bounced it. I say Charles, that was Vonjay Johnson. That's going to bring up a 4th down. Elijah Rogers will check in now to punt this away. Wilson Keel drop back to return his punt.
Back deep to receive the punt for Southside, number 4, Wilson Key.
This may be a change in punter. It looks like Max Chavez
Punt formation, number 2, Max
takes the
Chavez.
snap, kicks it. It's just an end over end. Key takes it, a fair catch at midfield. And that was Max Chavez, and Elijah Rogers, who is normally your punter, was not the one there, and I'm not sure what the reason for that is. He's a really good punter. No, Coach, if you were able to find out maybe if Elijah has any kind of injury or a reason why he wasn't punting.
I'll do what I can.
All right. Forest Green has a 1st and 10 from midfield. Tries to draw the Grizzlies offsides. Nothing there. He'll pitch it right side. He has some room, but boy, he's hit hard by Abram Dodson. That's Terrell Warren. He's a running back. The young man is just a freshman. He had a little bit of daylight there, but Abram came out of his safety position and put a lick on him. So put that in the inventory there, Jonathan. The Autoplex collision of the game. Now Forest Green keeps it. He's got a lot of room still on his feet. To the 20, to the 10, makes a man miss, and he's going to get in the end zone. Well, they'll say he went out on the 1.
Buzz, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Rogers has a bone bruise on his foot.
Okay.
They're trying to save him as much as they can to play on offense.
I got you. 1st and goal from the 1. Warren gets the call, dances his way into the end zone. So the Mavericks will take the lead here. 6-0. 7:09 left in the 1st. That'll bring Rodrigo Hernandez in to attempt the extra point. Connor McDonald will hold. The kick is up, and it's good. 7-0. 7:09 left in the 1st. Stay with us. We'll be back for the kick right after this from Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about this new pretzel cheddar club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. When I add the Dijon mustard to this pretzel bun, it takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Uncertain on how much your repair is going to cost? At Autoplex Collision Repair, we understand that unexpected accidents can leave you financially stressed. That's why we offer Repair Now, Pay Later. Start your repairs today and spread the payments over time so you don't have to wait to get back on the road. With flexible payment options, you get the repairs you need without the financial burden. Let's get you back on the road, worry-free. Visit fixrex.com to learn more and start your repair today.
7-0. Warren scores from the 1. Rodriguez kick off. And that one will go into the end zone just like his first one did. So the Grizzlies will have it at the 20, down 7.
Northside needs to answer here with a touchdown and, if nothing else, at least a field goal.
Trips to the left side. Charles split wide to the right. Bijou goes in motion. Mendoza makes the catch, still on his feet. Keelan still on his feet, finally taken out of bounds at the 35-yard line. Nice job there from his teammate, Bonjay Johnson. Boy, you throw it into a crowd there in the boundary and able to pick up some yards like that. You got to give some credit to the guys blocking for you. All right, 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line. Bijou may get 1. I love the way Bijou surveys the field. He's a running back that has a lot of peripheral vision. He's looking for that hole, and he's got some really quick feet. He's not going to be a burner, but he can get you a lot of yards real quick. 2nd down and 9. Pass complete. Keelan Mendoza at the 40. So Keelan, who has been their go-to guy tonight, he's a big target. Keelan, a 3-sport athlete. Basketball and baseball are also what he does, not just football. He's into the boundary. Looks the other way. Complete. That's to Chavez. We'll get a couple.
Number 7, Keelan Mendoza, once again met by a host of Southside Mavericks.
It's going to be 4th down and 3. And Elijah Rogers, who's playing the H-back position, like Coach Fuller said, he's got a bruise on his foot. So that he's not going to be punting. It's going to be Chavez again. Key will go back inside his 30. Jonah Calderera will snap it. That's an end over end, and Key will go run it down, and that's what I'm talking about right there. That ball gets back, gets by you. That's probably got another 20 yards of run in it, but Key was able to run that one down. It's a great job by him. So the Mavericks will have it up by 7 at the 42-yard line.
3 and out right here, Buzz. 3 and out.
Warren in the backfield. Takes the pitch. He gives it to Peyton Zimmerman. Zimmerman finds room on the left side. He'll have enough for a 1st down over midfield to the 43-yard line of the Grizzlies. So they faked it to Warren, gave it to Zimmerman. Zimmerman, who also goes both ways. Warren does get the call this time, and guys, for a freshman, he looks pretty good.
Yes, sir, he does.
5'10", 190. Second down and 3 for the Mavericks. Loudmore is going to be split wide to the right side, along with Zimmerman and Key. One back in the backfield for Forsgren. He's going to give it to Warren. Warren bounces off the pile that was in his way, kind of skids to the left side, and he'll have another first down.
Tell you what, they keep running the ball like this, they won't have to throw it.
No, this is what you wanted to stop, was that run game and force them to throw it. But you're right. This has been a freshman show right now. Forsgren has time to throw, throws it over the middle. That's complete. That's Wilson Key. He'll have another first down over the 15 down to the 14. Jonah Calderera there to make the stop. First and 10 at the 14. Forsgren fakes it to Warren, keeps it himself. Calderera wraps up his ankles. Forsgren goes off the left side. He will pick up, looks like he's going to pick up 3, second down and 7.
Ball mark is the 11-yard line, second down and 7.
Forsgren sends Zimmerman in motion. Gets the snap, gives it back to Zimmerman, coming back to the middle. Grizzlies were not fooled. He'll probably get back to the line of scrimmage, maybe get a yard. Well, if you just hold him to a Rodriguez field goal here, that would be a victory.
No gain on the play, third down and 7.
Yeah, Southside's offensive line is pretty big. I don't think they are as big as they were last year, but they're still pretty good size.
Forsgren wants to throw. Here comes the heat. He's going to have to flush out of the pocket. And he's just going to throw that one away. That's going to bring up 4th and 7. The line of scrimmage is the 11-yard line, so they are going to send Rodriguez in. Good job by the Grizzlies coverage. Every time Forsgren gets loose, you got to hold your breath just a little bit. Connor McDonald will hold for Rodriguez. Kick is up, and it is good. 27-yard strike right there makes it 10-0. So stay with us. We'll be back after this from Heritage.
Fort Smith is a city built on pride, community, and a rich history. Our neighborhoods tell the story of where we've been and where we're going. And just like sports, real estate takes teamwork, dedication, and trust. I'm Vicki Cooper with the Heritage Group Real Estate Company in Fort Smith. And whether you're buying or selling, I would be honored to help you find your place in this great community.
All right, welcome back to Jim Rowland Stadium. Grizzlies are down 10-0. Coven and Charles deep again for the Rodriguez kick. The last two have been well into the end zone. And 2:10 left in the first quarter. This one probably be returned as Charles takes it at the 7. And then takes a knee. Well, you have to wonder about,
That was pretty close to being out of bounds.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to make the catch because sure as you don't, that ball's going to stay in bounds. But he made the catch, and then at the 16-yard line, took a knee. This time, Jaleel Colvin will be the running back. Keelan will be in the slot on the wide side of the field. Colvin gets the call, left side, over the 20, hits and goes out of bounds at about the 26-yard line. Nice run by Jaleel Colvin. It's going to make it 2nd down and 1. Colvin gets the call again, cuts back over the 30, the ball on the ground, but I think the Grizzlies get it back, but he was stripped.
Recovered by Northside.
Where the ball is now, it looks like where they recovered it's going to be they're at the 32-yard line. That's going to bring up a 2nd down and 4. Colvin's going to stay in the game. Trips to the right side. You got Rogers, Mendoza, Bonjay. Well, nothing there for the Grizzlies. They were split wide to the right. The call goes to Jaleel Colvin. Nothing there. All right, illegal motion. They'll move them back 5. That's declined. So the line of scrimmage is going to be the 28. 3rd down and 7. Drew's looking to the sideline to get his play. Down to 5 seconds on the clock. Gets the snap. Drops back. He's going to throw deep. He's got a man wide open and overthrows him. He was open. That was Vonjay Johnson. And at least you got to see the arm strength of Drew Jackson there. He had time to throw it. Man, if he'd have just taken a little bit off that, Johnson could have run right underneath it and probably danced that one into the end zone. That's going to bring Chavez back in to punt this away. This will be the 3rd time that Max has come on to punt. Key at his own 36-yard line. He'll chase it down. Let's try to kick it away from him, but this is going to be not a real good kick, but he'll take a Grizzly bounce just to keep it out of the hands of Wilson Key.
Ball dead at the Southside 46-yard line. Mavericks take over 1st and 10.
So the Mavericks have it at 46. Up 10-0. There's 48 seconds left in the first quarter. Terrell Warren, the freshman running back in the backfield
with the seasoned quarterback, probably a top 5 quarterback in the state, Blake Forsgren. Gives it to Warren. And he'll pick up. He may get 1 out of that. Good job by Hunter Hansen, Caden Dye.
No gain on the play, 2nd down and 10.
Second down and 9 for the Mavericks. 17 seconds to go in the first. Forsgren drops back. Now being flushed out of the pocket. Here comes Hansen. He completes it. And that's to Zimmerman. Boy, just a nice throw, nice catch to Peyton Zimmerman for the first down. Boy, Hunter Hansen was coming hard, and it looked like he was going to be able to either force him to run out of bounds or throw it away, but good job by Forsgren to make the completion there. 1st and 10 at the 40. This may be the last play of the first quarter. Warren gets the call left side, and Jonah Calderera is the first one to make contact. A little extracurricular stuff going on, and that will end the first quarter. 10-0 is the score. Stay with us. We'll be back for the start of the second quarter here in the Battle of Rogers Avenue.
Stronger than DNA. It's the circle we draw around the people that matter. The people we care about and care for. The folks who inspire us, guide us, root for us. Family means finding common ground, rolling up our sleeves, and making our way side by side. Armstrong Bank. Strength runs in our family.
Whether it's record temperatures or below freezing, Ted's is here to keep you comfortable all year long. We've been in business for over 55 years, and we love serving our community. Call today and schedule your seasonal checkup so you're always prepared for what's around the corner. Ted's Air Conditioning and Heating, always ready to help. Tell us you saw Duke and save 10%.
A presentation to Whataburger in the west end of the field there for their contribution tonight. Catered the press box. Just about ready to start the second quarter. Bears down 10-0. Forsgren again wants to throw. Being pressured. They're going to flush him out of the pocket. Goes to the left side, and that is almost intercepted, but he would have been out of bounds. That was Jalen Chavez. Great pressure by the Grizzlies. We bring up a 3rd and 13 here. Big down here. Need to force a punt, get the ball back, and try to get something going offensively. Colton Vienthong is in the backfield with Forsgren. That pass is over the head, just out of the reach of Barry Lauermore. That's going to bring up a 4th down. Charles goes to the turf, but it's going to bring out the punting team for the Mavs. That's going to be Wilson Key. Abram Dodson will be back inside his 10.
Back deep for Northside, Abram Dodson, number 21. Punt formation, number 4, Wilson Key.
Key takes the snap, punt is away, and it's going to bounce. And that is exactly what I'm talking about right there. Exactly.
It's a good weapon.
So that's going to be on the 1 yard line. So the Grizzlies will have it at their 1. 99 yards to go. Just starting the second quarter, down 10-0. And Blake Forsgren is showing you that he is definitely one of the top-rated quarterbacks in Arkansas. But Drew Jackson, I'll tell you what, he is a good-looking kid. He's 6'4". He's got a good arm, and tonight he has shown some command of that offense. He's working 5 yards deep in the end zone.
I don't think he got out, Buzz.
I don't see the signal yet.
Nope, he got out.
He got back out to the 1. It's going to be a 2nd down and 10 from the 1. You got Bijou in the backfield with Drew. Charles split wide to the left side. Under 10 seconds to go on the clock. He takes the snap, and here goes Bijou. Get around the corner, Warren. There you go, baby. Warren to the 20, pushed out of bounds, and that's what Warren Bijou can do. He'll find that daylight. He'll pick up a first down, gets out of a real big jam there. 1st and 10 at the 19. The ball's going to be on the left hash. Now Keelan, he's going to stay on the right side. It's going to be, looks like Charles is going to be into the boundary. Now Jackson rolls right, throws. Keelan will go up. Will there be a call there? No, Keelan, it's kind of in a bad position to try to make the catch there.
Buzz on that run, on that run by Bijou. If you look back, they blitzed almost all their linebackers, and once he got to the edge, there was nobody there to make the tackle. So that was a good job by the offensive line to pick up those blitzers.
A good call by the OC.
Yes, sir.
Trips to the right side. Keelan in the slot. 2nd down and 10. Looks to the right side. That's Bonjay. Bonjay makes a guy miss. The second guy wrapped his ankles up. A little short of a first down. That was Layden Rowe that made the tackle. I hope it is a first down at the 29-yard line. Well, that could have been catastrophic there. Bijou was quick out of his stance and almost didn't get the ball to him. They did make connections. 2nd down and 6. Jackson gives it to Bijou. Now he's going to go to the right side. He'll have another first down at the 43-yard line. Well, Bijou gets out of the hole fast. Southside's going to take a timeout. We're going to take a timeout with them. We'll be back after this from the hangout.
Have you been to the River Valley's only multi-sport facility? Then let's hang out. The Hangout in Fort Smith is the only sports facility that offers indoor tennis and pickleball, indoor and outdoor basketball, and has now added multiple soccer fields. Soccer leagues are forming soon. Did you know the Hangout also has an 8,000 square foot fitness center with bar, yoga, HIIT, and Pilates classes? The Hangout, 5400 Gary Street, or thehangoutfs.com. Fitness, sports, and more. Let's hang out.
All right, welcome back to Jim Rowland Stadium. We just had a commercial break there with the Hangout, and Jason Rich had just called or texted me and said that he's got it on there, and we sure appreciate that. That's a first-class operation there, and if you're looking for a place to work out, play tennis, play pickleball, they've got an 8,000 square foot gym with everything you can imagine in that. Soccer, basketball. It's a well-run facility, and they have a great staff, and we appreciate them being partners with us here at the Grizzly Sports Network. So if you're looking for a place to work out, call Jason over at the Hangout. All right, back to action. 1st and 10. Jackson gives it to Coven. Coven, left side. Gets a block over midfield, goes out of bounds at the 46-yard line. That should be enough for a first down, and they'll move the chains. I don't know if Coach Fleur is closer, if he can hear me. If we may have lost our connection.
No, I got you, Buzz.
There he is.
Okay, there we are.
Doing a good job on this drive, bouncing the ball outside, using our speed to take advantage.
Well, you didn't think Coven or Warren Bijou were as fast as they've been on this particular drive, but these guys are showing some speed.
Well, they're faster than the guys on the other side.
There you go. That's like if a bear's after you, as long as you're faster than your partner, you're good to go. 1st and 10. That was incomplete. That was intended for Coven. Check that. It was 2nd and 10. Now it's going to be 3rd and 10. All right, Drew's going to change the play. Under 10 seconds on the clock. Well, he gets out of the pocket quick, just tries to get rid of that one as he felt the pressure. That's going to bring up a 4th down, so a little bit. That's going to bring up another punting situation. Max Chavez will come in and kick this one away, and hopefully he kicks it away from Wilson Key. Check that. That's going to hit right at the 25, and the backspin will take it all the way back to the 27-yard line.
You know, Buzz, before those 3 incomplete passes, Northside had 3 straight runs for 27 yards. And I know there's probably a lot of fans out there going, why do you throw the ball 3 times in a row after gaining 27 yards on 3 rushes? And what do you tell them on that?
Well, yeah, that's maybe seeing something different.
Yeah,
from the coach's perspective.
Yep. But the defense has been doing a good job on the last couple of sessions. Maybe they can get off the field in 3 plays here.
Now the Grizzlies thought they had a fumble there, but the player was already down. Saw Forsgren step up into the pocket, felt the pressure coming, but was able to get it off on the last second. Picked up 6, so 2nd down and 4 for the Mavericks. Forsgren again is feeling the heat. That's Hunter Hansen that's going to run him down. He'll have to throw it out of bounds. That'll bring up a 3rd and 4. So Hansen and Caden Dye have done a great job tonight, trying to put pressure on Forsgren. 8 minutes and 3 seconds left in the first half. So far, Abram Dotson, in my opinion, Jeff, you're going to be the one that gives the award, but he's looking at the Autoplex collision of the game.
Well, right now you'll get no argument from me on that. That was a good lick.
Forsgren throws it just behind his intended receiver. That's going to bring up a 4th down, so that's going to put Key in punting position and send Abram Dodson back. So 7:59 to go. A lot of time left in this first half, down 10-0. Hopefully the Bears can get some good field position this time. Last time they started their own 1 yard line.
And had a good drive going, and it stalled, but boy, what a good job by the offense of getting that where they got it from the 1 yard line.
Key will catch his snap at the 19. Abram at the 32. Kick is away, and this one's just going to bounce over the 30 down to the 25-yard line where it will roll out of bounds. First and 10 for the Bears at the 25-yard line, down 10. Like you said, last drive, Coven and Bijou, a great job.
Well, they did.
Moving the football.
They did a good job of sucking in those outside linebackers and being able to get to the edge. Let's see if they can do that again, see if the offensive line can make it so.
Drew will send trips wide to the left side. He'll have Bijou on his left hip. Warren gets the call. There's a hole. Here goes Warren. Warren over midfield, slung down at the 41-yard line. Give that offensive line credit. You saw him do it in the first quarter of the scrimmage against Texarkana. They were giving some big holes for Warren and Jaleel both to get through. Well, Warren's eyes got big then. He got through it quick, all the way down to the 41-yard line.
36-yard run there for Bijou.
Coven in the game now. Coven gets the call. He'll get over the 40 to the 39.
Once again, ball carrier. Tackle made by number 32 for the Mavericks, Ethan Dunn.
Second down and 8.
To the Mavericks, 39-yard line. Second down and 8.
Charles Johnson and Keelan Mendoza split wide to the right side. The tight end is Elijah Rogers. Drew's going to give it to Colvin. Colvin, here goes Colvin. Colvin is down to the 23-yard line. Jeff?
Yes, sir.
Something to running that football, isn't there?
I tell you what, the offensive line for Northside is playing with a lot of confidence.
Now Bijou's going to touch it. Up, fumble on the ground.
Oh, no.
Well, 2 fumbles tonight. Actually, 3 fumbles. We got 1 of them back. So the Mavericks will have it at the 10-yard line, 6:21 to go in the first half. Well, I need for Abram Dodson to get a pick 6 here.
Right on this play.
Forsman gives it to Warren, and he is going to be taken down, and that's going to be a Monty Marshall. He was held up, and Monty came in and made sure he wasn't going there. I think you put that in there with Dodson for that Autoplex collision play of the game.
I'm way ahead of you.
Loss of 1, 2nd down and 11. Line of scrimmage is the 9-yard line. Got Amari Hill playing safety along with Chavez. And the whistles are going to blow. Timeout, Southside. We're going to take one with them. And we'll be back after this from the Autoplex Collision Center.
With rising costs everywhere, from groceries to gas, we know repairs can feel out of reach. Insurance deductibles and repair costs can make you hesitant to start. But at Autoplex, we believe you shouldn't have to choose between your budget and getting your car repaired. Our Repair Now, Pay Later option helps ease the financial burden so you can get the quality repairs you need without the wait. Let us help you get back on the road. Visit fixrex.com to learn more.
Welcome back to Jim Rowland Stadium. It is 10-0. The Grizzlies have fumbled twice on potentially scoring drives. Actually, they fumbled 3 times, got one of them back.
What, that last drive, that offensive line, and you mentioned it too, they were coming off the ball so well together, and they were playing with a lot of confidence. They were opening up some big holes.
Yeah, you like to be a running back when you get openings like that.
You're not lying there.
When you're not having to grind for every yard you get some free yards there, but need to get a stop here. 2nd down and 11. Forsgren has Warren on his right hip, tries to draw the Grizzlies offside, get some cheap yards there. No go for that. He gets the snap, gives it to Warren. It was Ann Hall Johnson made the tackle. 3rd down and 5. Big down here for the Bears. 5 minutes and 9 seconds to go in the half. Love to get into the locker room, at least get a score before. Forsgren looks over the line. He's got twins into the short side of the field. He looks to the short side. Here comes the heat. He's going to escape it. Rolls to the right side. He's going to throw that one out of bounds. Great job by the Grizzlies to force Forsgren. I tell you what, he's been running for his life a lot tonight and has had to throw a lot of passes off balance, and this is going to bring up a 4th down. Line of scrimmage is the 15-yard line. Key will go back probably to about his 2 or 3 yard line. Now Abrams is going to be inside the 50, and this would be a great time to try to return one here.
You know, but his last 3 possessions, Southside, Northside's only allowed them 11 plays.
They'll blow that dead at about the 40. So we have a 1st and 10 at the 41-yard line, 4:30 left. Drew fakes it, throws it over the middle. Keelan, almost made a great catch, and then off the rebound there, Layden Rowe almost got the interception, but Keelan had an opportunity there just a little bit too far in front of him. 2nd down and 10. Drew sends trips to the left side. Throws to the left side. That is complete. That was Garland Taylor, senior wide receiver. Third down and 3. Boy, they tried to run it quick off the left side. Nothing there. That was Micaiah Relaford, and he's getting up a little bit slow. So the Bears have a 4th down and 4 at their own 48. So they will send the punting unit back in. This has been kind of the story tonight. It's been Chavez and Keys in the kicking game. Wilson will go back to his own 20. Chavez is going to catch it at his 37. Kicks it, and it's going to hit and bounce, and Key will take it at the 18. He saved himself. He'll get back to about the 26-yard line. And, guys, he probably saved himself 15, 18 yards there. So they still have a lot of time on the clock. Forsgren with 3:08 to go in the first half. Forsgren hands it to Warren. Warren finds some daylight off the right side. He'll have enough for a first down. Goes out of bounds at the 40-yard line. There's a pickup of 14. All right, Forsgren looks to the sideline to get his play. He claps, gets the snap. There goes Warren again, right up the middle, still on his feet. And he'll be taken down by Dodson. All the way to the 24-yard line of the Bears.
Number 29, the ball carrier for the Mavericks. Tackle made by number 44 for Northside, Colorado. Gains down to the 3-yard.
I was just checking the size of Aiden Wynn. He was the ball carrier. He was 5'3". I mean, obviously he looks small from here, but 5'3". And sometimes you see these guys that are so small, and you think that, man, what are they doing out there? But there's been a few over the last couple of years that have really been an impact players. That pass is complete to Key to the 15-yard line. That'll
Tackle made by number 6, Aaron Kirsch. Ball marked in the Grizzly.
first down from the 15-yard line. Minute 35 to go. Forsgren just kept that one Nothing there, may have lost a yard. Yeah, they'll back it up a little bit. 2nd down and 12.
Buzz, you talk about little backs. You remember little Eli Bolton?
I sure do.
I mean, that guy right there could flat play, and I don't care, 5'1", whatever he was.
Yeah.
He was tough.
He was tough. When did he graduate, in 15?
I
think he was there when Trey was there, right?
I think you're right.
Yeah. That was Peyton Zimmerman on the completion. 3rd down and 8. Grizzlies are going to take a timeout.
This is probably the biggest play of the game right here. We need to stop.
Yeah, we'll just stay with it. Yeah, Coach, a couple of fumbles. You know, we had some potential scoring drives have really hurt. But still, right now, it has been a low-scoring game, and that's what you wanted. And the Bears have done a good job putting a lot of heat on Forsgren, especially Hunter Hansen and Caden Dye.
They've done a great job defensively. Yeah. You know, you hate it. We're gashing them down the field, and you cannot fumble the football.
Right.
I mean,
got to hold on to it.
10-7 right now, you're in a ball game.
Yeah.
And that's why this right here is very important, to keep it within 2 scores.
Do you remember Coach Presley, right?
Yes.
He told me that he said if you want to be competitive in a football game, you cannot get beat deep and you can't fumble. And those are the 2 things that if you can just do that in a football game, you know, usually you're going to have a chance. And tonight, those 2 fumbles have really hurt. But we still have a lot of football to play. 39 seconds left. We've got a 3rd and 8 here. If we can hopefully hold them to a field goal attempt, get into the locker room and come out in the second half and have a good defensive stand. And Northside's going to take another timeout. What's the frame of mind on the sideline?
Awful quiet. Really quiet. The whole stadium's really quiet, to be honest with you.
That's been a good turnout for the Battle of Rogers Avenue, and we're looking over at the visitor stands, and looks like it's pretty full. I can't see all of the home stands. A nice night for football. It's still pretty still out there. The flag is limp. All right, 3rd down and 8. Forsgren wants to throw, has time, throws it over the middle, and what a great defensive play made by Jalen Chavez. And that's going to bring up a 4th down, and here comes Rodriguez. So give a lot of credit to Jalen Chavez there for disrupting that pass. If not, that's a touchdown. So Rodriguez made one from 27. This will be from 30. Good snap, good hold. The kick is, he didn't catch it very good, but it's going to go through. So 13-0. We got 33 seconds left, so hopefully we can just get into the locker room down by 13. We're going to have a defensive stand to start the second half. But some of the field position that they've had tonight, we forced Rodriguez to kick 2 field goals, so that has got to be a plus as you go into the locker room, Coach, when you're talking to your players and tell them, hey, we're 2 scores away.
Yeah, I mean, Buzz, we get one score, you're one play away from being in the lead. I mean, that holding them to that field goal was huge.
Yeah.
Touchdown, now, you really, the way we've struggled on offense, we're really backs against the wall.
All right, Rodriguez will tee it up at the 40. Charles and Coven are deep. Again, no wind helping anybody.
Coven joined by James Charles back deep for the kickoff for Northside.
And he'll kick this deep, but it will be taken by Charles at the 4, at the 15, over the 20 to the 22-yard line. 27 seconds left. So the smart thing to do would be just take a knee, get into the locker room, down by 13, and try to get your defense pumped up. All right, Drew claps his hand, takes the snap, looks left, throws it, it's complete. And that's exactly what you don't want to happen right there. That was. So you got 16 seconds left, 15 seconds left. And it looks like there's an opportunity for Southside to go into the locker room up 20. So you got 15 seconds to go. Oh, are you? What a break. What a break. Illegal substitution. So the Grizzlies will get it back with 15 seconds, and I think that we will probably take a knee here. Would you agree with me?
I would.
Yeah, I believe I would too after that.
I don't go anywhere at halftime. We've got our own Isabella Kendrick that is going to be in a kick for cash, sponsored by First National Bank. Jeff, have you compiled any stats?
Oh, I've compiled them.
Okay. All right.
Now, whether I get them onto the screen or not, that's another story.
We might be able to verbally do it. We'll see what happens at halftime. And our girls have already performed. Insteppers and the cheer team perform before kickoff, and it'll be Southside's turn at half. So just 15 seconds left. Grizzlies get another shot here to just try to get it into the locker room. Yeah, they're set up in a safety precaution here as Drew will just take a knee and let it go to zeros. All right, after first half, Bears down 13-0. And this broadcast being brought to you by Chick-fil-A. We're going to take a break, and we'll talk a little halftime stats after this from Nicodemus. Stay with us.
First National Bank kick for cash.
The story of our family business starts back in 1878 when our ancestors settled in Old Town Van Buren and set up shop. We have been providing quality work, craftsmanship with the finest materials available using time-honored and traditional methods. Providing quality service to the River Valley for 6 generations.
Beauty, wellness, and luxury under one roof. Dream Aesthetics delivers rejuvenating Korean facials and advanced needling. Your glowing lymphatic skincare specializes in lymphatic massage, postoperative care, and body sculpting. Reflection Aesthetics Lounge provides advanced microneedling, teeth whitening, and hair growth treatments. Everything for your ultimate radiance. All together for you at 2711 Park Avenue. Dream, glow, reflect. Hablamos español.
At Autoplex Collision Repair, we're not just about fixing cars. We're committed to providing the best customer experience. Our team is here to guide you through every step of the repair process. We make it easy, transparent, and stress-free. And with convenient locations in Northwest Arkansas and the River Valley, your repair is always close to home. At Autoplex, your satisfaction is our priority. Visit fixrex.com to schedule your repair today and see why customers trust Autoplex.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to remain seated and trust the field to reveal the award-winning Northside Grizzly Band. The 200-member-strong Grizzly Band is led onto the field by senior drum majors Katie Chalvaria and Andre Melendez, and sophomore drum major Jose Hernandez. Playing for at least 5 United States presidents, our band's legacy dates back over 100 years to the original high school band of Fort Smith, Arkansas. Our 2025 halftime show features songs from the movies, musicals, and the world of pop music, all of which ask the age-old universal question, who's bad? We open with a massive hit that sold 35 million copies and further cemented his legacy as the undisputed king of pop. Here is Michael Jackson's Bad. There they are, ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Battle of Rogers Avenue edition of the Northside Marching Grizzly Band. The Northside Band is under the direction of Aaron Durham, Adam Coates, Gabby Mitchell, Angie Clark, Chris Haw, and Stephen Mitchell. Our next performance is Friday, September 5th at Mayo Thompson Stadium, where the Grizzlies will take on the Greenwood Bulldogs. The Grizzly Band would like to thank all parents, alumni, and other friends and supporters of the Grizzly. Thank you, and go Grizzly!
Let's have another round of applause for the Northside Grizzly Marching Band. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the field your 2025 Southside Maverick Band. The French-Canadian circus troupe Cirque du Soleil has been thrilling audiences around the world for over 40 years. Cirque du Soleil has performed for a cumulative audience of 365 million spectators across the world, delighting fans in more than 90 countries and 6 continents. Now, with tradition unsurpassed, this is Southside. And there they are, ladies and gentlemen, the 2025 Maverick Band. Drum majors for the 2025 Maverick Band are Delaney Del Rio, Lexi Gutierrez, and Jeremiah Williams. The band is under the direction of Ralph Brody, Mike Westbrook, James Palmer, Brick Watson, and Megan Garrett, and Darren McKissick. Major coordinators are Lauren Five Killer, Isabella Udodge, and Katie Teague. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Southside Maverick Band.
All right, some good performances there by the Northside and Southside Band. We are supposed to have the Kick for Cash. It's sponsored by First National Bank. I'll have a performance by the Southside cheerleaders, and I know they're going to have an extended halftime Normally it goes 20 minutes, may go a little bit more than that tonight. After the Southside cheer, then you'll have the Southern Bells performance, and then you'll have the First National Bank Kick for Cash. So sit back and enjoy it. We'll be back to action here in about 15 minutes.
Southside cheerleaders.
And now for your halftime entertainment, the highly acclaimed Southside High School Southern Bells. The Bells will be performing a field property to 24 Karat Magic. And now, the Southside Southern Bells. The Bells are led by Captain Fontaine Rossi, First Lieutenant Alexandra Matlock, Senior Lieutenant Caroline Epelhoff, Junior Lieutenants Carly Russin and Hadley Clifton. The director of the Bells is Mariah Kierwack, and the assistant is Janice Sharrow. The Bell of the Week is Alexandra Matlock. And I'm your voice of the Bells, Lucas Brown.
We're just about time to have the kick for cash. Isabella Kendrick is going to be one of the competitors from Northside.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for tonight's halftime showdown. Brought to you by our proud sponsor, First National Bank, your community bank, your financial partner. This is the Kick for Cash contest, where 4 lucky students will put their leg straight to the test for a shot at some serious cash. We've got 2 students from Northside and 2 students from Southside here on the field.
So there's going to be 2 students from Southside and 2 from Northside. They'll each get $50 courtesy of First National Bank. Student who kicks the ball the furthest where it comes to rest will score an additional $200 in cold hard cash.
Wow.
So I guess all 4 of them will kick it, and whatever the longest kick is, take home a little bit of cash. All right, Isabella's going to go first. Everybody from Northside knows Isabella. Plays for the Lady Bears basketball team and has been a starter there since she was a freshman. She's going to be a senior this year. Looking forward to her final year. Boy, I'm going to hate to see her go. She's part of the state championship team last year. She also plays tennis. I've had some experience playing tennis with Isabella. I was a doubles partner of hers on a Wednesday morning last year, and well, she takes it serious. All right, Isabella will kick first. Oh, that's, I'll say if we got a little bit of roll there.
Isabella's kick goes out of bounds on the 31-yard line, a kick of 19 yards. Up next, from Northside, Lee Prince.
All right, this is going to be Lee Prince. He's going to be playing basketball for Northside this year. Transferred from Southside. Glad to have him. Comes from a great family. All right, he's taking this serious. He may put a lick on this one. Oh, yeah. That's got the roll there. That's going to get all the way to the end zone, so that's going to be hard to beat. I guess Looks like it's going to go about 8 yards deep. All right, so the Southside kickers, they're going to kick it the other way. This will be Rosalie Allen kicking for Southside. Well, that's a lick right there. Wow. That's going to go dead at the 5. This is going to be Tino Lee. Last opportunity here for Southside. I think Lee may have this one in the bag. Oh, here we go. Nope, it caught a... He hit it good, but it's going to go dead at the 6, so Lee Prince is going to take home the $250 from First National Bank, but each of them are going to get 50, so the kick for cash. All right, it has been an extended halftime. A lot of things going on here in the Battle of Rogers Avenue. As you see the contestants getting their money. Well, the players are anxious to get back on the field. Bears down by 13. They're going to have to kick it away first. Need to get a good defensive stand. I'm going to try to get a word with Coach Fuller if Coach has got his mic on. Coach, you with me?
Yes, sir.
So, seeing what you did in the first half, the Grizzlies were able to move the football. I mean, in a lot of different, through the air, on the ground. Just those 2 fumbles really hurt us. So, what's your game plan coming back into the second half?
We got to come out and get a big stop, and then we got to score. We got to put a score on the scoreboard and make it a 1-score game. Put some pressure on them. Our defense has played really well. We escaped a huge, could have put the game out of reach there at the end on that fumble where they had too many men on the field. But we got to come out, stop them, and then some way, somehow, find a way to score with the football. We ran the ball very effectively. I thought we ran it better than we threw it, really, to be honest with you. But just got to find a way to put it in the end zone and get within 1 score.
Gotcha. There's 2 minutes and 39 seconds left. Going to give these players a chance to get warm, and I know Jeff has probably got some stats for us. So let's go to Jeff Harris. Jeff,
what's up?
Ready for some stats?
Yeah, time. Coach said both teams running the ball a lot better than they were throwing the ball. Each team has rushed for over 100 yards in the first half, with Northside getting 109 and Southside 132. Neither team has come close to 100 yards passing. And the big difference in this game is what Coach Fleur talked about. Starting the game, you can't fumble. And Northside lost 2 fumbles, and they were very fortunate to get that illegal substitution penalty down there, or could be down a lot worse than what they are now. I think Northside's defense is playing really well, even though the score doesn't indicate that, but take away those 2 turnovers and it would. So first downs are pretty even. Total yards, rushing yards, passing yards, all even. Penalties have not hurt either team, but those 2 turnovers by Northside is the big difference in this ball game right now.
Yeah, I will agree with you on that. A little bit surprised that the passing yards are as low as they are for Southside, as much as they throw the football, and as well as he can throw it, and talking about Forsgren and the receivers he has with Zimmerman and Lourmore and Keys.
But you pointed out during that first half what good pressure Northside was putting on Key.
Yeah.
And like you said, he was running for his life a lot tonight.
Forsgren. Yeah.
Forsgren, and that's a big key to it too. When you're used to set back there as a pocket passer, which he is, and you get flushed out of that pocket, that's a big difference in the way you throw the ball.
Yeah, I was just going through some of my text during the halftime entertainment, and got one.
That's
from,
entertainment in itself.
yeah, I got one from Ezra Phillips. Ezra's now playing ball at Ouachita Baptist. He is healed up from his Achilles tear. Looked good, man. He's put on some weight. You know how dedicated he is as far as the workouts go. And he sent me a text, said, can they not hold on to the football? Man, I tell you, those actually 3 fumbles. We lost 2 of them, but those were big. I really think that we would have gotten points out of each one of those drives, whether it was a field goal or maybe a touchdown. Got a text from Coach, can you hear me? Zion Bishop sent me a text, want to know what's going on. Oh, Bishop, I remember the first time I saw him, he came into your office and just kind of rummaging around, wanting to know what was going on. And you said, Bishop, what do you want? He said, I don't want nothing. I just want to see what's going on. But he's doing good too. Coach, if you get a chance, I don't know if you're going to try to catch up with one of the coaches or.
No, Buzz, I'm going to leave them alone tonight.
Okay.
They're in a close ball game. Hopefully they've made some good adjustments on holding on to the football, and let's get ready to get after it.
That's right. Got a text from Bruce Stanton. He is at the top of the JW Marriott in Nashville watching the game on the Grizzly Sports Network. Says, go Bears.
I'll tell you what, Bruce lives a good life. Every time I've seen him on TV fishing across the country. He does. I listen to him on the radio a lot. You remember the Iceman? Oh, yeah. I watched that game the other day. Did you? When the Iceman became famous. What a drive that was. That was just a methodical get down to the last 7 seconds. Came over to the sideline and shot that ice water in his veins. Yes, sir. The Iceman was born. I think they called 3 timeouts on him trying to ice him. Hey, the other thing, I went to the eye doctor last week, and Cole, his brother, was my eye doctor. I'm like, holy cow, I'm getting old. Time flies. This will be the first time that the Grizzly kickoff team has been on the field tonight. It's going to be Chavez that'll kick this away. So Jalen approaches. There's the kick, and it's going to be returnable. Be taken at the 5-yard line to the 20. And he was taken down at the 32-yard line. That was Zimmerman. Chavez makes the tackle. So they have decent field position here at the 33. Buzz, you talked earlier about Coach Fitzgerald. You know, his 9th graders played this past Monday against a very good Bentonville West team and won big 14-12 their first game of the year. Yeah, it was. I went and watched the first half of that, and the excitement on the sideline and the number of the players. They have 63 on the roster, and it was really good to see. But that is your future. First and 10 for Forsgren. He's going to send a man in motion. That's Zimmerman. Ball is loose, and there's going to be a fight for it on the ground. Zimmerman's going to get it back.
Recovered by number 16, Peyton Zimmerman.
Well, that's going to be a loss of 7. Check that, loss of 5. Second down and 15. Ball at the 28-yard line. Left hash, trips to the right side, 1 into the boundary. Forsgren wants to throw. Steps back up into the pocket. Now he gets flushed out. He's going to run. Jonah chasing him down. And Abram Dotson finally comes up with the stop. He'll get back a little past the original line of scrimmage. What a great job by the DBs and the safeties.
in coverage to force Forsgren to have to run with it. 3rd down and 7 to go. Ball is at the 36 now. Forsgren wants to throw again. He throws it over the middle. It's in and out of the hands of Lauermore. It's going to bring up a 4th down. So Key will have to punt it away. The Grizzlies have done what they needed to do here in the first possession of the Mavericks. Abram Dotson will drop back to his 30-yard line. Key's going to catch the snap at about the 21. So you'd like to see Abram maybe make a catch here on the punt. And it is on the way, and he's just going to get away from it, and it's not going to take much of a bounce there. Hit it about the 35, and that's just about where it's going to be down. So we are joined now by Michael Beaumont, who has been our AD for the last 6 years.
How about that?
And tonight is it. When I say it, from what I understand, when you hand the trophy to whoever wins this game,
yes,
you're
sir.
getting in the car and you're headed east.
Going to try to get to Memphis tonight, and if I'm feeling sparky, I'm going to go to Jackson. Then I'll stop there and then go to Knoxville and see my daughters and celebrate my oldest birthday tomorrow.
Well, Coach, it's gone by fast.
It has.
Wow. Pass is complete. And that's going to be enough for a 1st down. That's Vonjay Johnson. And you got to love the way the quarterback, Drew Jackson, steps up into the pocket and just fires a strike there.
And I'm sure you've seen it from up here. I thought it was pretty even match in the first half. Just the turnovers got
2 fumbles
Northside.
hurt.
Yeah, that did.
Both on drives that probably would have yielded some points.
Yep. That first fumble was what, Buzz, on the 10-9?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the next one, we were moving the football at
100%.
will. Bijou on the carry. 2nd down and 7 to go. Ball in the Maverick territory now. Keelan Mendoza split wide to the right side. That's Johnson on a little slant. He makes the catch, still on his feet. Boy, I am impressed with the junior wide receiver, Vonjay Johnson.
Yeah.
Not only can he catch it, but he does something with it. He's one of those kids. You see a lot of receivers, when they get contact, they go down. He doesn't.
Yeah, he gets a lot of yak. That yards after catch, I like it.
1st and 10 at the 36. Bijou, the running back, he's on the left hip of Drew. He gets the call, looks for a cutback lane to the 30, over the 30 to the 29. So, Warren, you can bet he's hanging on to that football. That's going to be his first priority.
You don't think there might have been a conversation about that, do you? Might have happened.
All right, 2nd down and 5. Bijou still the running back on the right hip this time of Drew. He's going to get the call again, and, man, Malachi Warren was there right about the time he got the handoff. A loss of a yard, 3rd down and 7.
I'd say this is 2-down territory, Buzz.
Coach, I'm with you on that. Ball on the right hash. Keelan into the boundary. Drew claps. Tries to draw him off sides. Looks to the sideline now. Under 10 on the clock. Play is getting changed now. Bijou on his left hip. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Gets the snap. As the clock shows zeros, pass is incomplete. It's going to bring up a 4th down and 7.
Coach Fallour in that first half, what did you see? Was it that stretch play they kept running over and over right before the half? had a lot of success on.
It looked like the inside zone cutting back.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. I'd keep running that.
4th down for the Bears, and they will go for it. Play clock is at 7.
Big play right here.
3, 2, down to zeros again. Drew looks, throws. It was a little bit behind. Keelan couldn't hold on to it, so it'll be a turnover on downs. There was some good coverage, but it was a catchable ball had he got it in the right place.
Well, we changed possessions, Buzz, and I've got some other things that we've got to do the rest of this game, but this is my last time up here with you.
Coach.
And I tell you, it's been the success that I may have had has never been by me. It's been by the people that I surround myself with, and you and Jeff and Coach Fallour. I tell you, it's been a pleasure and an honor to serve Fort Smith, and it's been because of people like you, what you do, and I know I say this every time, but consistently just giving of your time and money and your time and even more money and your time and just trying to put these kids on the map and trying to make a difference in their life. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate. It's not this way at every place. I can promise you. It's not. There's not a Buzz Sawyer at the other towns in the state of Arkansas that do what you do for your alma mater and these kids. And I can't thank you enough for my time here.
I've enjoyed it, and I appreciate everything that you've done for me. And I don't know that you've ever said no. You've always tried to help us any way you could, and I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
And I know you're off to a new chapter, and it's something that you'll really enjoy, no question. You're getting ready to be a granddad.
I am.
And there's nothing like it.
I can't
like it.
I can't wait. I hope you're right. I didn't like my own kids very much, but I'm hoping these grandkids I'll really like them. So,
well, the Bears got a fumble. That's going to be Hunter Hansen that comes up with it.
Well, that may be what you need right here. You need a little something, a little juice.
Need a little spark here.
Yep. You get a touchdown right here, and all of a sudden it's 13-7. And here we go.
Yep. And then, like Coach Fallour said, you're one play away from being in the lead.
Yep. I want to say thank you, brother.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. I really have.
Be safe.
Yes, sir.
And keep us posted on when you get there and how everything's going.
I will. And Mike already knows this. If everyone come back to the field, we can probably find him a spot if he wants to come back. I didn't know if he wants to come back or not, but there's probably a spot for him if he wants to call us. Coach Mirocke said he'd take him.
I'll be sure and let him know.
Yes, sir. All right, brother. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you, Coach. All right, 1st and 10 for the Bears. Line of scrimmage is the 37 of the Mavericks. Drew claps, gives it to Coven. Coven cuts, now goes back out to the outside. He'll get a couple yards, but he met a lot of blue shirts there.
On the tackle for Southside, number 26, Isaac Parker, joined by number 34, Lane Rose.
Pickup of 1, 2nd down and 9. Charles split wide to the right. Keelan in motion. Gets the pitch on a jet sweep. Now he's going to throw it. He's got a man open. That's Charles. Charles in and out of his hands. That was going to be 6. Oh, my. Oh, what a play they dialed up, and what a throw by Keelan Mendoza. And Keelan knew it when he threw it. That's going to be 6. Charles was wide open, running by himself. But, guys, I'm going to tell you something. Ain't a person in this stadium or watching this broadcast that feels worse than Jaden Charles does. And remember this, he's a sophomore. 3rd down and 9. Mendoza wide to the right side, twins to the left, Coven in the backfield with Jackson. Jackson drops back, steps up, wants to throw, bails out now. That's Coven. Coven spins. They get over the 35 to the 34. And you got to love Drew Jackson, man. He is really taking command of this offense. And what I mean by that, he stepped up trying to look for an open receiver, had to find his check down. The ball's at the 36-yard line. No, it's at the 34-yard line. And the snap goes over the head of Chavez. He's going to get it away, but there's a flag down. The first time we've gotten any roll all night on a punt, and he goes into the end zone. Let's see what the flag's all about. And the ref's going to talk it over with Coach Dameron. It's going to go against the Grizzlies. Now they'll decline the penalty. It's going to be a 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line for the Mavericks. Coach, I felt like we were probably in 4-down territory there. What did you think?
Yeah. I mean, Coach got to do what he thinks, what he believes in, but you ain't been on that end of the field just a whole lot.
Right. All right, 1st and 10 for the Mavs. Forsman's going to send a man in motion. That's Zimmerman. Fakes to him. Hands off to his running back off the right side. That's Vienthong, 5'7", 140. He's just a 10th grader. 2nd down and 5. Zimmerman's going to go in the slot on the right side of the field. Now he's going to send him in motion again. This time he will give it to him, and Zimmerman, he runs hard over the 30. Be close to a 1st down. We have a Grizzly that's down, and it is Jonah Calderera. You definitely don't want to see that. Jonah, a junior linebacker, wearing number 44, just like his brother Lucas did, and his dad. Lucas is sitting up. Got Abram there checking on him. Boy, he is a big-time part of this Grizzly defense. He'll be able to get up and go off under his own power, and I bet $1 against a dime he'll be back tonight. See Coach Schrabel, defensive coordinator, coming off the field. Yeah, he's trying to maybe got a stinger or something in his right shoulder. He's tough. His brother Lucas was extremely tough. It was fun to watch those kids play. Boy, they give 100% on every play. Zimmerman did pick up a 1st down. Line of scrimmage the 31. 4:48 to go in the 3rd quarter. They're up 13-0 in the Battle of Rogers Avenue, brought to you by Chick-fil-A.
Number 13, Coach Vienthong, once again the ball carrier for Southside.
Well, Vienthong weighs 140 pounds, and he is, Jeff, he must do a lot of squats. I mean, he's definitely got
built low ground, so he's
a lot of leg
he's
power.
Hard to see and hard to bring down when you do see him.
Key in the slot to the left side. He's going to get the call again. And Abram Dodson was there, along with Amani Marshall, to make the stop. May get one there. 3rd down and 5.
Well, Abram Dodson has had one heck of a ball game. Horsman drops back, steps up, throws incomplete. Had some time to throw. Yeah, that was incomplete for Josh Morgan. Incomplete, 4th down and 5, and Key will come back in to punt this one away. Abrams going to drop back. And so far tonight, he's really just played it safe. Just get away from the football. This time he'll be at the 35-yard line. He's choking them off a little bit more than he did on the last punt. Key at his own 22. That's where he's going to catch the snap. 3:22 to go in the third quarter. Still a ball game. Bears just down by 13. Good snap. Punt is away, and it is going to hit at the 38, and it's going to take a Maverick roll as we just get away from it.
Ball is down at the 24-yard line. Grizzly take over 1st and 10.
The Bears will have it at the 24. Drew's going to try to get some offense going here and hopefully get us into the end zone before hopefully the end of this quarter would be nice. Let's be down 1 score going into the 4th quarter, but he looks left, throws, Mendoza, complete. Keelan has probably got enough for a 1st down. Boy, he's done a really good job tonight watching the football in traffic, making the catch. Very gifted athlete. I said earlier he's a 3-sport athlete, plays baseball, and he also plays basketball. Trips to the right side. Bijou, the running back. Drew looks. Vonjay makes a man miss. Boy, and he is still on his feet. Spins again. That's the guy we talked about a little while ago. He's going to get enough for a 1st down that contact, the first contact, he doesn't go down. Well, I'm impressed with Vonjay Johnson. Now we got a Maverick that's on the turf.
We have an injury timeout.
Looks like Isaac Parker. We're going to have a timeout on the field. We're going to take one with them. We'll be back after this from Resolution Equity Partners.
REP is your trusted source when it's time for you to sell your business or if you are looking to acquire one. We offer a variety of services that help prepare your business for sale, and we also counsel and advise you every step of the way. We take pride in our experience, market knowledge, and integrity. You can be assured your business is in the right hands. Resolution Equity Partners, partnering with you now, preparing for the future.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back to Jim Rowland Stadium. 2:37 left in the third as Isaac Parker gets up and walks off under his own power. That is good to see. Bears will have a 1st and 10 at the 45.
45-yard line, the 1st down for Northside.
Drew looks to the left side, throws, complete. That's Vonjay. Vonjay looks for a cutback over midfield to the 47.
Jackson's pass complete to number 10, Vonjay Johnson.
I'm really impressed with Drew Jackson. He doesn't look like, I know it was a scrimmage, but the difference in Drew during that scrimmage and right now is, to me, is like night and day. And he can do it. You watch him do it last year. I think he was 27 out of 33 for 300 yards. Young man's talented. Rolls the right side.
and loses the football. Nope, he still has it. I thought he got stripped, but boy, he had nowhere to go. All the way back to the 40-yard line. I think that is the first time tonight that they were able to get him.
Oh, that's a shame. Dadgummit.
3rd and 15 for the Grizzlies. Keelan split to the right side. He goes across the middle. Drew's going to throw it deep, and it's going to be over the head of everybody. Golly, he has got he can spin it. Golly. It's going to bring up a 4th down, so Chavez will come back in and punt it away. 1:04 left in the 3rd. He'll take that at the 26, and he is immediately taken down. That was Caleb Bowman. Tell you what, Wilson Key has no fear of snagging a punt.
No.
And he's limping a little bit.
Tackle for Northside on the play was number 26, Caleb Bowman.
Did you catch what that penalty was for?
I couldn't hear it. Mike, did you? What is the penalty?
We had unsportsmanlike. I'm not sure on who, but right there he got up and said something after the tackle.
Was it? It looked like Chavez and Key were talking.
Well, he was more than talking. I couldn't see. I don't know what he said, but he got up over the top of him, and that's the first one tonight.
Yeah. That's a 15-yard penalty, all at the 43. Forsgren hands it to Warren. Warren will drag the pile for, gosh, all the way to midfield.
Well, he did.
Monty Marshall came all the way from the opposite side of the field to make the tackle. There goes Warren. All the way to the 31-yard line. Had some daylight off the right side. Was in the secondary before anybody touched him. That's going to be the end of the 3rd quarter. We'll go into the 4th down, 13-0. We'll be back after this word from Blaylock Heat and Air and Plumbing Services.
This is Northside head basketball coach Cody Wilmath. I call 782-8940. That's 782-8940.
Hi, this is Ricky Smith, head basketball coach for the Northside Lady Bears. I dial 782-8940. That's 782-8940.
Football in fall, what a great time of the year. It's also a great time to take advantage of York factory rebates on high-efficiency HVAC products. Give us a call at 782-8940.
That's 782-8940.
Environment where student athletes could grow not only in competition but also in character. His
Collaborative spirits have left a lasting impact on the schools and the people he has served. While we will miss his guidance and grace, Coach Beaumont is stepping away from his role to embrace one of life's greatest callings, being a grandfather. We celebrate his many contributions and wish him the very best in this new and joyful chapter. We want Coach Beaumont to always carry a particle from the public schools with him wherever it takes him. This evening, Superintendent Marty Mahan is honored to present Coach Beaumont with a commemorative canvas, a lasting reminder that he will always have a piece of Fort Smith with him. Thank you, Coach Beaumont, for your dedicated service to our school and our community.
As soon as he hands the trophy off tonight, he's getting in his truck and headed to at least Memphis. May try to get to Jackson, but he's going to be living in Knoxville now and has a couple of daughters there. One is just gotten married and is pregnant. I think she is due at the end of September. Then he's got another daughter that's having a birthday that he's going to be able to attend. So we say safe travels and just keep us posted. Jonah Calderera there to make the tackles. Good to see him back in.
Yeah.
Boy, he's a tough young man. There's a pickup of one. So it was Jonah and Caden Dye. Second down and 9. Got a text from the smoothest voice in Oklahoma. Tony Wilson does a lot of broadcasting for Chandler, Oklahoma, all their sports. Does a great job. Been doing it for years, and he's watching the Grizzlies tonight. Well, that's a lot of talent there for Forsgren to be able to do that and make the handoff. A little misdirection there all the way down to the 5-yard line.
Ball marked at the north side, 7-yard line. First and goal, Southside.
Buzz, they've been running that play all night. They probably ran it half a dozen times or more, and they finally hit one.
Yeah, first and goal from the 7. Well, that should be a penalty there.
Yep, it is.
A little celebration after a touchdown. That was Malachi Warren. Again, he's the young man that transferred from Northside to play his senior year at Southside. Mostly a defensive player, played some linebacker for us. And I understood that he was probably play some tailback tonight. So they probably assessed that penalty on the kickoff. That'll make it 19-0. It looks like the offense is going to stay on the field and try to get it to 21. Had Frank Sherem as a visitor during halftime. Frank's an old friend of mine, go way, way back. Now they're going to go ahead and kick the extra point. This will be Rodriguez. He's hit a couple of field goals tonight along with an extra point. He's been perfect in the Battle of Rogers Avenue. Didn't get a very good snap. Looked like the holder was able to get it down. He got it through. Makes it 20-0. 10:35 to go in the game. Anyway, Frank Sherem came in, and he had a wooden nameplate that was carved for me that he's had since 1982, and just brought it back tonight. So it was good to see him anyway, and good to get that nameplate back. And I've asked him over the years, are you ever going to bring it back? And he always said no, he wasn't going to bring it. And he decided to do it tonight in the Northside Southside game. Also got some visitors here. A couple of Southside people that are in our press box now. Wes Sawyer's one. Jordan Ware's the other one. They've been in here the whole game. So appreciate these guys checking in. Wes being my son. Jordan, one of his best friends. And we heard Jordan might show up tonight, and he is. Good to see him. I think I could probably buy him some tacos, make him happy.
57 yards for the Mavericks. Oop, I almost said that. Or anyway, 57 yards. And
you almost said the R word?
Yeah, they almost. And no passes attempted on that drive by the Rebels. That was all on the ground, 57 yards.
Yeah, and the whole goal tonight was to stop that run game.
Well, that put them, that drive right there put them close to 200 yards rushing for the game.
Well, between the freshman Warren, he's done a good job tonight. Had a big future for the Mavericks, and now they're going to kick it from the 25 after that celebration penalty. This will be Bijou at the 23, right up the gut. Bijou to midfield.
Good return.
I love the way he runs. He runs with a purpose. As soon as he touches the football, he's trying to get north and south. Class act, too. He was our guest in the coaches show Tuesday night. And Warren, who's a senior this year, has been really fun to watch. He started out playing defense. And last year they moved him to running back. And I was told after one of the practice said, you got to see this guy run. He had some injuries last year, but this year he has been healthy, and you can see what a healthy Warren Bijou can do. Colvin goes in motion. Drew takes the snap, throws it. It's complete. That's Jaden Charles makes the catch. Nice hands. You had Darian McGrew that was in coverage, but pass was in the right place. Charles makes a good catch. 2nd down and 6. Keelan, Vonjay, and Elijah split to the right side. Colvin in the slot. Drew's going to go empty. Well, that was almost intercepted.
And there was nothing but green.
That was Dwight Johnson. Third down and 6. Vonjay and Keelan, right side. Elijah in the slot on the left side. Charles into the boundary. Bijou back in the ball game. He'll be on the left hip of Drew Jackson as he changes the play here. He's going to throw it over the middle, and it's just over the reach of Jaden Charles. Fourth and 6 for the Grizzlies.
Booster, who's going to throw it deep again. And it is incomplete, intended for Vonjay Johnson. Good coverage by the Mavericks. That's going to be a turnover on downs. 9:38 to go. All right, Blake Forsgren with a 20-point lead, 9:38 to go. Warren right up to go. That's Malachi Warren, and he will go all the way to the house. All right, Rodriguez will come in and try to make it 27-0. Out of the hold of Connor McDonald. Kick is good. I tell you what, Connor McDonald's really done a good job tonight holding for Rodriguez. He's got a few bad snaps, but he's able to get it placed so Rodriguez can make the kick. And Rodriguez has been perfect tonight. 27-0, 9:29 to go. We'll be back right after this from Burton Pools and Spas.
Summer's winding down, but the savings are just getting started. Dive into the end of season sale at Burton Pools and Spas. For a limited time, save up to $14,000 on fiberglass pools. And the first 10 customers who purchase an Aquacrete pool with a premium vinyl finish will receive a free hot tub. Don't miss these incredible deals. Visit our stores in Fort Smith, Springdale, or Greenland, or go to burtonpools.com for more details. At Burton, we do more than build swimming pools. We build long-term relationships.
Well, it was 13-0 at half. Grizzlies had to kick off. The defense, the first possession, did what they had to do, and just really couldn't have not done anything since. I really have been impressed with Drew and the way he's thrown the football. Keelan, Vonjay, Jaden, Bijou and Colvin. You know, they got some talented kids. That kick will go into the end zone.
Ball goes into the end zone. Will come out. Northside will take over first and 10 at the 20. Ladies and gentlemen, the Southside Booster Club is giving out a gift.
So the Grizzlies will have it at the 20. 9.5 minutes to go into Battle of Rogers Avenue, and has not gone our way tonight. But I really am not depressed about the team. I think there's a lot of talent, a lot of possibilities there. Defensively, you know, that front line has put a lot of pressure, and then you've had Abram Dodson, who's played some linebacker and some nickel tonight, and he has done a great job getting to Blake Forsgren. So there's some things to work on.
Ladies and gentlemen, a correction. There are 3 winning tickets for the Booster Club. Those 3 tickets are 667.
A 5-yard penalty, first down and 15 for the Bears.
And the third ticket is 909.
Who's going to give it to Bijou? Bijou does what he does. He hits the hole hard over the 50. They'll take him down. I think they will probably mark it at the 43. So Warren Bijou's had a big night.
Yeah, that's pretty explosive.
Yeah, he is. He's 0 to 60 in about 2.5 seconds. Drew throws it in and out of the hands of Bonjay Johnson's reach.
To number 10, Bonjay Johnson falls incomplete. Will bring up
Second down and 10. Empty set for Drew. Drew steps up, throws it over the middle. It's complete. Keelan makes a great catch, still on his feet. Inside the 15 to the 13. That's just impressive. I'm telling you, Drew Jackson is the real deal.
Well, he just flicked his wrist and it went.
He can throw it.
He can.
First and 10 from the 13. Drew fakes it, throws, incomplete. Boy, Key was in a good position there. It was intended for Jaden Charles, but Wilson Key was in good coverage. Second down and 10. Bijou is going to split wide to the right side. Drew will go empty again. Charles split wide to the left. Oh, that's got to be a flag. Keelan had him beat, and I guess that all you can do is just grab a jersey or whatever you can do, try to keep it from scoring a touchdown, but it's going to be a pass interference.
That was going to be a touchdown, too.
Yeah. Keelan was working out of the slot, just ran a little skinny post right in the middle and got interfered with.
Pass interference. Defense number 30. After this is the goal. Replay second down.
After the mark off the ball is marked as
All right, they'll replay second down. Now the line of scrimmage will be the 7. Bijou will be in the backfield this time. There'll be trips to the left side. It's going to be Jaden, Keelan, and Bonjay. Gives to Bijou. Bijou outside, can't get to the edge. He's taken out of bounds at the 5. Well, Warren was just trying to get to the edge if he could. He could have got 6. That's going to bring up third down.
by number 6, Dwight Johnson for the Mavericks. Ball marked at the 5.
Third down for the Bears. It's probably going to be a flag. Bijou gets the call all the way down to the 2. I thought there was going to be an offsides there.
Tackle made by number 69 for the Mavericks, Daniel Wynn.
It's going to be a first and goal now. Bijou gets the first down.
Ball marked at the 3, first and goal.
Bijou on the right hip of Drew. Jaden split wide to the left. Bijou gets the call. Bijou gets into the end zone for Northside. Give him the signal. They do. Touchdown, Northside.
Touchdown, Northside.
So Warren wasn't going to be denied. He was going to do what he had to do to get into the end zone. And I think we've got a Maverick down right on the goal line as you look at the replay here. when you got Hunter Hansen. He normally plays defensive end. He was helping him, pushing him in. So the Bears on the board. It's going to bring in Chavez to kick the extra point. I'm not sure which Maverick it is that's on the turf. It is a cramp. They're trying to work it out of his calf. It'll be Jalen Chavez will attempt this extra point for the Grizzlies. 27-6 right now, 8:21 to go in the game.
Number 34, Layden Rowe, ladies and gentlemen, he's up.
Yeah, that's Layden Rowe. He's a linebacker. Junior linebacker for the Mavs, and they just had to work that cramp out. He'll trot back to the sideline. Drew will hold it. Jalen will kick it. Kick is up, and it is good. 27-7, 8:21 to go. Back after this.
Northside, 7.
Let me tell you about this new pretzel cheddar club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. When I add the Dijon mustard to this pretzel bun, it takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Real guests paid for their testimonials.
In Greenwood, 8:40 left in the fourth quarter. Greenwood takes its first lead, 35-31.
Nick King's going to tee it up for the Grizzlies.
Would you look for an onside kick here?
I would. Nick is he's got a talented foot, and so that's probably why they have him on now, and I think everybody sees it coming. There it is. And they're going to blow that dead. There was a flag. It's going to go against Grizzly. I think we were probably offsides. Nick will re-tee it at the 35.
Northside, 35-yard line.
So the play was dead. The kick didn't count.
So they'll re-kick this. He hammered that one pretty good. It's on the ground, recovered by the Mavericks. That was a good job by William Bobst. He is a junior quarterback / wide receiver. Plays multiple positions. Was able to make the catch there, and Forrest Green will have it with 8:20 to go. Up by 20. Terrell Warren, the freshman, will be his running back. They're going to hand it to Terrell and Imani Marshall. Boy, he is impressive. You talked about his speed last Tuesday in that scrimmage.
Monty's going to be back next year, just a junior.
39-yard line, second down and 11.
Loss of a yard. Second down and 11. Warren again gets the call. Gets to midfield. It's going to bring a third down and about 5.
Amari Hill. Gain of 6, third down and 5.
Colin Vietcong is going to be the running back. Peyton Zimmerman is going to split wide to the right side. Third down and 5 from midfield. Colin gets the call, and he is Jonah Calderera is there, and
Number 13, Coach Vinthal on the carry.
along with Anhuel Johnson.
On the tackle for the Grizzlies, number 19, Raekwon Whitaker, and number 40.
Whitaker was there.
Anhuel Johnson.
So good job, the defensive line of the Grizzlies. Fourth down and 5 from midfield. Key's going to come on and punt this away.
Ball in midfield, brings up fourth down.
Well, I would love to see Abram Dodson choke this thing off. Key will take it at about the 37. Now the whistles blow. Back to Mavericks up 5 yards.
After the mark off, ball is marked at the 45-yard line. Still fourth down.
Abrams stands at the 30. Back to the 28. I'd like to see him run up on this one. That'll be a punt that you could, and it's going to hit at the 20, go out of bounds at the 18.
Wilson Keys' punt rolls out of bounds at the Grizzly 18-yard line.
5:43 to go. The Bears will have it first and 10 from the 18.
Need another score quick here, Buzz. And then recover an onside kick.
I like your strategy
I like
there.
the way you think too.
Bijou spins. Still on his feet. Bijou on the outside, inside the numbers now. It's going to be a foot race. Bijou is going to get thrown out of bounds. Nope, it's still in play. And the Bears will get the fumble back. There's a flag thrown on the Mavericks sideline. Boy, a lot of things happened on that play. Bijou with a great run.
Did he step out of bounds before he fumbled?
I don't know. He got outside the numbers, and then it was a foot race, and they kind of got him around the neck, threw him down. I couldn't tell if he went out of bounds, but the ball was fumbled, and then it was a race for that. Mavericks almost had it, but then the Grizzlies got it back.
Well, it looks like they're marking it where he
may have stepped out of bounds, but there's a flag that was thrown on the Mavericks sideline.
So are they marking it from where he recovered the fumble?
Yeah, Mike, did you see that?
Did I see what?
Did you see what the flag was?
Coach, that was on the other side. I couldn't see
it was something on the sideline here.
Yeah, it was on their sideline, and he stepped out of bounds right here before the fumble.
Okay. Oh, well, the Grizzlies going to have it at the 12-yard line. We'll get a replay here in a minute, hopefully. I'd like to see that one again. So Covan's going to come in for Bijou. Bijou,
I can't wait to get his totals. He fakes, throws over the middle, in and out of the hands. Keelan wants another pass interference. He's not going to get the flag this time.
Intended for number 7, Keelan Mendoza. Ball incomplete, and will bring up
Second down and 10. They can still get to the inside the 2-yard line for a first down. Trips to the left side. Charles Johnson and Rogers. Mendoza into the boundary. Throws it. That's got to be an interference there. Throw the flag. Golly, he was hit. I don't think the one before that was an interference. I do think that was. All right, third down. Keelan's going to go out. Drew's going to go empty. Colvin split wide to the right side. Third down and 10. He throws at the intended receiver. Please, please, please. That was intended for Vonjay. That's going to bring up a fourth down.
That pass intended for number 10, Vonjay Johnson, falls incomplete. And will bring up fourth down.
Play clock is under 10. Drew claps, gets a snap, has to flush out of the pocket. Had a man open, but he was on the run, really couldn't set up and make the throw. That was Elijah Rogers that was open right at about the 2-yard line, and we could not get it to him. Missed opportunity there, 5:12 left. If you're able to score there and possibly get an onside kick, I mean, a lot of things can happen in the last 5 minutes. If Drew had a chance to really set up and throw that, boy, look how wide open Rogers was.
Terrell Warren out to the 15-yard line. Tackle made by number 52 for the Grizzlies.
That was Amari Hill, too, along with Caden Dye. Made the tackle.
Also on that tackle.
Second down and 6 for the Mavericks.
Gain of 4, second down and 6.
Four's going to just working the clock. Gives it to Zimmerman. Zimmerman looking for something on the left side. Nothing there.
Peyton Zimmerman on the reverse to Southside.
No gain. Third down and 6.
Tackle once again made by number 44, Jonah Cabrera. No gain on the play. Third down and 6.
Northside's going to take a timeout. We'll take one with them. Back after this from the Autoplex Collision Center.
Uncertain on how much your repair is going to cost? At Autoplex Collision Repair, we understand that unexpected accidents can leave you financially stressed. That's why we offer Repair Now, Pay Later. Start your repairs today and spread the payments over time so you don't have to wait to get back on the road. With flexible payment options, you get the repairs you need without the financial burden. Let's get you back on the road, worry-free. Visit fixrex.com to learn more and start your repair today.
Mavericks have a 3rd and 6. Ball on the 15-yard line. Grizzlies have been pretty good about not jumping off sides. Forgy's going to throw deep, and he's got a man open, just missed him. And that was intended.
Intended for number 1, Tanner Stacy. Ball's incomplete.
Tanner Stacy was the intended receiver. Boy, he had him wide open, too, just overthrew him. But both these quarterbacks have strong arms.
Yes, they do.
It's going to bring up a 4th. And Key, who has done a lot of punting tonight, we'll punt this one to Keelan Mendoza. Keelan, this will be his first time deep. He'll be at about the 45-yard line. Grizzlies ought to have really good field position with 4 minutes and 5 seconds to go. There's the snap. The kick is away, and Keelan, well, he wanted to get it. Key gets a really good roll over midfield, over the 40. Down to the 35-yard line.
Steve Bundle's dead at the 36-yard line. Northside will take over 1st and 10.
Drew has 3:50 to go. Trying to move the football down the field definitely with a sense of urgency. And here we go. He's thrown it up, way up. It is incomplete. And that was intended for Vonjay. Just kind of hung that one up a little bit. Vonjay had a step on him, but had to come back to try to make that reception. And a lot of times you see those get picked off. We're going to have a 2nd down and 10. Drury throws it over the middle, and that was over the reach of Jaden Charles. Incomplete, 3rd and 10.
The way he flicks his wrist when he passes reminds me a lot of Joe Namath.
Well, that's a high bar there, isn't it?
Pretty high.
Yep. Great compliment.
Now, there's a lot of people out there our age that know who that is, but these younger, I don't know, probably don't know who that is.
Drew steps up, throws deep, and that is going to be intercepted and immediately taken down by Abram Dodson, who was the intended receiver. Now, that was Damon Bridges, junior defensive back, that made the interception. 3:30 to go in the game. Bears are just doing everything they can to try to put some points on the board. Freshman gets the call. Hunter Hansen is there to make the stop.
Ball carrier. Tackle made by number 33 for the Grizz, Hunter Hansen. And number 19, Raekwon Whitaker. Ball marked at the 27-yard line. Gain of 5, 2nd and 5.
Warren gets it again. Abram Dodson there to make the stop.
Tackle made by number 21, Abram Dodson once again.
3rd and 2 for the Mavs.
Third down and 2 for Southside.
So Forsgren will just take his time and try to run as much clock as he can. 2:21 left in the game, 20 seconds on the play clock. Almost got us to jump. 3 seconds left. And they'll let it run all the way down to Warren take a timeout. Just under 2 minutes to go. The Mavericks with a 3rd down and 2. We'll just go ahead and take a break with them. We'll come back with the conclusion of this ball game after this from Heritage.
Fort Smith is a city built on pride, community, and a rich history. Our neighborhoods tell the story of where we've been and where we're going. And just like sports, real estate takes teamwork, dedication, and trust. I'm Vicki Cooper with the Heritage Group Real Estate Company in Fort Smith. And whether you're buying or selling, I would be honored to help you find your place in this great community.
All right, back to action here. 1:57 to go in the Battle of Rogers Avenue, and this has not gone the Grizzlies' way tonight. Is Malachi Warren going to pick up a few more yards. Malachi, who normally plays defense, has got a lot of carries tonight. Been impressive at carrying the football. Had 2 scores. 1:19 to go. Forsgren will just protect the football now, take a knee, and we're just going to run the clock out. So the Mavericks are going to win the Battle of Rogers Avenue. It's going to be 27-7. But I feel good about what Coach Mirocke has here in his first year. He just hadn't had very much time to prepare. He really didn't get much of a spring, if any. Had to do as much as he can over the summer. But he's got some kids that definitely are talented. And we just get some things to go our way and get Drew and get him in sync with all of his receivers. And you saw some great stuff from him tonight. So we are definitely excited about what they can do. And they're, young. We don't have a whole lot of seniors. But the ones we do have are good players, and I'm hoping the best for them for the rest of this season. As the clock will run down in the Battle of Rogers Avenue, and these kids will meet on the 50-yard line, shake hands. This will be the 3rd win now for the Mavericks. Tonight's broadcast brought to you by Chick-fil-A. Thankful for their partnership along with all of our other sponsors. We are going to have the Autoplex collision of the game. Jeff's going to present that. We'll go to a commercial break, and then when we come back, we'll find out who that is. Stay with us.
Family, it's bigger than bloodlines, stronger than DNA. It's the circle we draw around the people that matter, the people we care about and care for, the folks who inspire us, guide us, root for us. Family means finding common ground, rolling up our sleeves, and making our way side by side. Armstrong Bank. Strength runs in our family.
Whether it's record temperatures or below freezing, Ted's is here to keep you comfortable all year long. We've been in business for over 55 years, and we love serving our community. Call today and schedule your seasonal checkup so you're always prepared for what's around the corner. Ted's Air Conditioning and Heating, always ready to help. Tell us you saw Duke and save 10%.
Have you been to the River Valley's only multi-sport facility? Then let's hang out. The Hangout in Fort Smith is the only sports facility that offers indoor tennis and pickleball, indoor and outdoor basketball, and has now added multiple soccer fields. Soccer leagues are forming soon. Did you know the Hangout also has an 8,000 square foot fitness center with bar, yoga, HIIT, and Pilates classes? The Hangout, 5400 Gary Street, or thehangoutfs.com. Fitness, sports, and more. Let's hang out.
With rising costs everywhere, from groceries to gas, we know repairs can feel out of reach. Insurance deductibles and repair costs can make you hesitant to start. But at Autoplex, we believe you shouldn't have to choose between your budget and getting your car repaired. Our Repair Now, Pay Later option helps ease the financial burden so you can get the quality repairs you need without the wait. Let us help you get back on the road. Visit fixrex.com to learn more.
Welcome back to Jim Rowland Stadium. 27-7 is the final in the Battle of Rogers Avenue. Let's go down to Mike Fleur before we give the Autoplex collision of the game. Coach?
Yes, sir. Saw a lot of good things tonight. A lot of very disciplined. Just a lot of good things defensively. They did really good for exception a couple of big plays, but offensively just fumbles and just missed long balls on throws. But all that'll get better. A lot of good things. I think we're going to see a lot of improvement from this week to next week.
Coach, I agree 100% with you. I think that I was impressed with the offensive line and what they did for the running game tonight. Bijou and Colvin both had good nights, and that's going to open up the opportunity for Drew to be able to do what he does. He just got to get in sync a little more with his receivers. But, boy, does he have an arm or what?
Yeah, he's got a strong arm. He just got to get a little more accurate.
Yeah.
Put the ball on me. He threw that one down the seam that was really pretty.
Yeah.
But a lot of good things. They don't obviously ought to be disappointed because that's hard to watch. But a lot of good things. Coach's first game out, and we just got to keep our nose to the grindstone and keep working.
Yeah, I agree. Well, let's, Jeff, have you got any final comments as far as, what you saw tonight before you give away the collision?
I agree with everything you guys said. But when you have 15 possessions in a game and you only score on one of those possessions, that's got to change. You got to give yourself a chance by finishing drives. If you don't finish drives, you're not giving yourself a chance to be in the ball game and a chance to win the ball game. But like Coach said and you said, a lot of good things. Blocking and tackling was good tonight. Just got to keep working on those and working on the fundamentals, holding on to the ball. The fundamentals. There's a fundamental in carrying and how you carry the football, and that's how you got to carry it. But I think they're going to win some ball games this year.
Yeah, I agree. I'd like to see us, maybe do a little bit something different on the punt return part of it. We lost a lot of yards, from some of those. And they were getting good rolls, but if there was a way that you could choke that off, try to gauge that punter on what he can and can't do. and choke them off. You know, there's some opportunities there to have better field position. But overall, you know, I think the Grizzlies are going to be on to something here. They've got some really good players. Keelan Mendoza had a big night. Bonjay Johnson, man, kid could definitely do something with the football after the catch is made. Jaden Charles, a sophomore that's going both ways. The Chavez brothers, Jonah Calderera had a big night. Monty Marshall, Caden Dye, Raheem Whitaker. And it's just a lot of kids that have a love for the game, and I hope they don't get discouraged by this being the first game of the year and being the significance of the game. Don't get discouraged. You got Greenwood coming to town next week. I think they had a shootout with Bentonville West. I did not hear the final of that. I know that Bentonville West was up. But anyway, they're coming to town next week, and you got to get ready for that.
Yeah, it don't get any easier, does it?
No.
That's like what they say people used to say going from the frying pan into the fire.
Yeah.
And I believe that's and everybody knows that Greenwood's a quick strike offense, and you know, if they score on their first possession like in 2 or 3 plays, you can't let that bother you. You got to just keep on plugging.
All right, Jeff, let's go to the Autoplex collision of the game.
Well, I had 3 choices written down here. There was 3 really good hits tonight, and but the best hit of those 3 was number 21, Abram Dotson.
Abram Dotson.
And lowered the boat.
He did. Here's the play right here. Boom! Right there. Jonathan run that back again. Then he straddles the guy. He's just trying to get away from him. But Abram's a headhunter, no question about that.
Yeah.
Let's see that one more time. And that was the freshman that took the lick. Abram with a great tackle there. He gets the Autoplex collision.
Yes, sir.
Hit of the game. And
good job.
I'm going to say something about the Autoplex Collision Center. They've got a location in Alma. They got one in Van Buren and one in Fort Smith. And we just had one of our cars, our personal cars, at the Autoplex in Fort Smith, and these guys took care of us. The communication, I think in any business, you know, that's the key. You got to communicate with people, and they communicated with us every day, letting us know the status of the car, when it's going to be ready. No, there was never any gray area, never any wondering about when can we get it back. They were on top of those things the entire time that they had the vehicle. So I highly recommend them to if you have any vehicle issues, bodywork wise, you need to check them out. Again, they have 3 locations: one in Alma, one in Van Buren, and one in Fort Smith. That is the Autoplex Collision Center. Well, that's going to wrap it up here tonight from Jim Rowland Stadium, and it just didn't turn out the way we wanted it to, but I am really excited about the players that we have and the fact that they can win some games. There's 2 big fumbles tonight, and a couple of times that we got in the red zone that we didn't score, and they're going to look at this tomorrow, and they'll figure that out and think, hey, you know what, we're all right. We're going to be all right. But next time we come on is going to be next Friday night. We'll be at Mayo Thompson, and then we'll be at Mayo Thompson again after that. And then we're going to have an open date, and then we'll be at Mayo Thompson again before we have to go up north. So I'm excited about September.
No kidding.
And being at home. And
the whole month of September.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, we earned it because of what we had to go through last year. So, and again, the way we started this broadcast was on a sad note with Chris Fitzgerald's dad passing away last night. Stephen Gale Fitzgerald. Again, all of our prayers are with them and his family. He was a Grizzly fan. He watched every broadcast, and he was very close to his kids. Loved them very much, and we hope that they can navigate their way through this grief for a little bit. But everybody that's associated with the Fitzgerald family feels your pain and just want you to know that we are with you. And we're going to end this broadcast tonight from the words of Steve and Gail Fitzgerald. Go Bears.